Oh, there it is. Okay, I was like, where's my audio at? What's up, Akuma? How's it going? How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, that's sick. Man, I love UCobb. UCobb is a vibe, dude. Alright, I also have pizza for dinner, so I'm gonna enjoy this while I can. Ooh. Okay. Oh, wait. I had to make sure that this is working, and also I have to, like, tell the world that I... You know how difficult it is to, like, actually just be like, hey, we're live. The challenge out here, for real. Um... doo, 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 doo. Nope, that's the wrong website. Twitter. Despite everything, there are good 14 content creators out there. Alright, well. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. I saw Yuka party earlier today. Also, they were doing like a fresh to grand octet prog, and they were paying like a mil for like a thing. Whoops, which I thought was interesting, but I don't know if that party filled or not. I think I tried looking for it and I didn't see it, but I don't remember. I have to check. Alright, close this. Close this. Grab this. Click this. And boom. There we go. Okay. Now the question is, what? Party finders. Oh yeah, the party is gone. Octet, 1 mil for ads, 1 mil for clear. It's really surprising to see people like offering to pay gil to clear UCobb. Hmm. Markerless tea? Oh, interesting. Hmm. That's actually really cool. Oh, YouTube. E6? 4 million for instance, 1 for a mega? Instance? What does that mean? Hmm. Oh, is this crust like chalked? Oh, kind of. for context, also, we're doing UCobbb at like what, like 9:30, I think it is. Like in an hour or so. Oh, you know what's crazy? I had Spotify on, but the music wasn't playing. Oops. There we go. Where is the, oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, okay. So we have it in an hour. Okay, gotcha. Meteor Prog. Ultimate Weapon Prog? Oh, I want to try Reaper. Actually, oh wait. This backfired like a little bit. 780 so much though, for like a prog thing in the beginning? Oh. Okay. Oh. I didn't even see the, okay. Hi, Celeste. What's going on? I'm just trying to kill an hour. Honestly, I didn't even like really realize that it was Kiwi. So I was like, oh shoot. I was then going in as like a healer, then I saw that it was like tank was only there, and then I was like, oh. Hi. So I was trying to play healer in this fight. I wanted to practice my Sage. So, here we are. Yeah, we're doing Cobb in like an hour. Okay. There's a dancer? There's a dancer. I want to see if I can get the hitboxing correct.
At long last, the decisive match against the Grand Champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure. Show me your footwork.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
I like how also people that like know me in this party were like, uh-oh, it's Sessiion. I can't make a mistake now. And I'm like, you don't gotta do that. Don't feel intimidated because I walked in here. Like, I don't care. It's like an NHS random thing. I'm just here to kill time.
Oh, the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so. How about this?
Oh, it's tyranny time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon? What is he going to do with all those weapons? Such ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form! He looks even more tyrant!
Oh, heck yeah.
the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
Oh. Oh, it is.
I will not yield my throne!
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the behemoth!
What the fuck?
Now!
What's up, Jet? How's it going, brother? What the F, Richard?
Oh, he split the ring in half.
True.
Go to
What's
the
poppin'?
urgent
What's
repairs.
poppin'? Happy Friday, happy Friday. We somehow ended up in Kiwi's clear for one or something. Oh, that sucks.
Try this!
Oh. That was interesting.
And now he's thrown the ring. What a trap strength!
Oh, I don't have, Oh, this is not good.
The ring shall presently be restored.
I gotta use my 120. Can't look anymore? It's not UCobb. We're doing UCobb in an hour. It starts at 9:30. The queens aren't even on yet. Yes, ma'am. Blind fog? Oh.
The power of feral souls makes the Arcadian what it is.
Brother, this boss is so hooked.
And they're down.
That sucks.
Can they recover from this?
I didn't know what it was. 4-way?
Who knew they'd been felled with a vengeance?
Hey, ultimate DVDs? Oh yeah, you know.
Whose is a clash between feral pride and mortal resolve? Either side could come out on top.
On a map.
It's all over. Until next time.
I don't know. But you can't live without it. What actually got what killed me during that part? I think the problem was the I guess it was a meteor case when I was attacked actually. Some of that. I don't know. Yeah, we're done. You don't gotta worry no more. I'm only counting. Do 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 do. I'm actually I appreciate the idea that you're doing it blind. That's actually so fire. Up on. Tank 0.1% P4. You think it's doable? What, for Fru? No. Well, not no, but I mean like if it's okay, I'll tell you this much. If it's main tank, then it's possible. I think if it's off tank, it's gonna be harder, weirdly enough. The only reason why I say that is because like because the main tank has to focus more on not eating the excess because they gotta actually like kite the boss positioning for the whatever that it is, you mean? I feel like that actually puts more pressure on the main tank to make mistakes. If the off tank though doesn't have that responsibility, then that means that they are more likely to have their freedom and like it'll like kind of like enable more errors basically. So I think that's kind of how I would personally perceive it. I mean, not that I'm not like trying to like doubt it, but I think that you're gonna have a much more challenging time clearing if the person that is like the clear for one is the off tank versus the main tank. So I hope they get the clear though, you know. So yeah. So because like polarizing for tanks is not that bad because like you go first and it's pretty easy to just like understand and like get into position. It's the combination of the Buster and also the and then Exilines to dodge. Like the combination of both of those things is like a lot actually. So E TY for having so yeah, you know. If you think about it. That's really funny, actually. I think this needs a P range, right? Oh, it needs a caster. Ooh. It wasn't the dot. Actually, no, because it was the Buster. It was the Buster. Inception cleanup. They need a P range. Oh. I was like kind of confused for a minute. I was like, what? Man. You think Merc Party will return close to the ulti? No. So I think that Merc parties won't come back until after, because right now I'm under the impression that a lot of people are just like mentally preparing themselves for like the ultimate announcement, even though the ultimate's not coming out for like another what, like 2 months, you know. I think a lot of groups are going to be like just doing savage raids and still like just working on their whatchamacallit, like that muscle memory basically, because a lot of people who've been like been cleared the raids here are just like either chilling or doing, or just still doing clears or going to ultimates, like a lot of like mixture of things. But I would say a majority of like the world first people or the hardcore raiders or whatever that it is, they're just like chilling. So I think between now, actually I would say between Live Letter 2 coming out next in 2 weeks till June, they're going to be just like mental prepping, especially when the Live Letter gets announced. So I can probably assure you that, because the live letter on the 17th is going to announce the ultimate. So once that announcement comes out, they're gonna all be sitting there theory crafting and doing the raids here, and like actually going back and, or not the raids here, you know, whichever fights may be potentially involved in the ultimate, they're gonna go back and go do that. So I mean, I don't really think that people would be trying to do ultis like there's a really good variety of ultimates to do right now though, which is great. But I think once after the 17th, between 17th to yeah, till June, like I don't think that, I think the amount of ultis will drop like kind of a lot, like low key. Yeah, so we'll see. Because yeah, in my mind, like if I was gonna be part of like a group or like ultis and whatnot, whatever that it is, shouldn't just keep for like apologizing to me. It's like, okay. Yeah, I don't really think it needs a Spuzz needs a tank. I've never raided with her before. So you mean Spudzy, right? Well, I don't know. Because yeah, I think people are definitely going to start now like forming parties and like doing that whole spiel. So so I definitely expect people to start looking for parties now if they haven't already. So like it'll definitely depend on like a lot of the situations. So personally for me, like I'm not necessarily opposed to the concept of doing like PF, but I think after my Furu experience, I think once I get like an idea of what the ultimate's going to be, that might actually like very much deter me far away from doing Party Finder versus like being like like whatever. But my goal to clear the ultimate is not like super strict, so I don't mind trying to clear it within like 10 to 12 weeks. But I feel like the only reason why it took me that long to clear it in the first place was because it was like Party Finder and then going into the static group that I had, and then the group that I had was actually like relatively chill, but there were also players in that group that were like not keeping up to speed basically. So it kind of set us back like several weeks, I would say. I think if I like if I had people that were, not to call anybody out, but if there were people that were consistently able to get through the prog points of the previous phases, like I could probably have a group clear within like the first, I mean within like 6 weeks, maybe. Like maybe. But yeah, so I'm probably the ultimate will be fun and probably infuriating too. No, it depends honestly. I think blind progging is honestly one of the most fun ways to do any content in this game. Like I would love to blind prog an ultimate. The problem though is that like you do need 8 dedicated players to blind prog an ultimate, and one of the biggest challenges of blind progging ultimates is actually just finding people to game with that are like willing to also like be patient. So like the pressure of doing an ultimate with a group is tough because like this happens in a normal static anyways, right? So in any case scenario, I hate everything. Why, what's up, Killing? How's it going, brother? Happy Friday. I hope hopefully things are okay. Yeah. But in a static, like the expectation of people going through the content and the ulti is that you know, because again, like you never want your time wasted and you don't want to waste people's time. Oh, you missed the 1 million for the cob. It's okay. I wasn't going to go in there without you, so I didn't join it either, but I saw it and I was like, I figured you would have wanted to pull up to that. So no, job over ultimate. I will tell you this much because I would like to like actually go totem farming for cob. Because what I want to do is I want to clear UCobbb like a bunch of times on Dragoon. So I feel like if we had like you, me, and Key, I feel like Key also is like trying to get into content too. Like I think he's really trying to do like ultimate content. So you have at least you, me, and him right there too, you know what I mean? So yeah. I spent 12 minutes over the last 3 days updating my CV. Oh, I see. I mean, hey, look, you know. It's funny. Whenever I apply for jobs, I never include a CV because you have to do the CV thing like all the time. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like a lot. I had like the single page resume and I just kind of submitted it. So, but thankfully it's helped me like do the thing, you know? So yeah. But definitely like having a job is more important than cob. Although I know how much you love cob, but you know, for academics, yeah, that makes sense though. Like the work that I usually apply for is more so in like the tech industry. So yeah, it just depends on kind of what you're going for, honestly. So if the job literally says that it requires a CV, then you're like, okay, cool, I gotta make a CV. So I started to do UCobbb after I was really ready to jump in, but it's kind of fallen by the wayside. Well, the cool thing is that like ultimates are always gonna be there, right? So I also like going into doing any ultimate because it just helps me like mentally retain like the muscle memory for the content and the application of mechanics. Like I'm always like afraid of doing I'm always afraid of doing T as a tank because I feel like I never remember how to tank T basically. E. So for academic lattes is more important to me. Look, I would do anything for a matcha frappuccino, you know what I mean? So I only pick up the ulti in 7.5x, doesn't matter which one though. UCobb's the only one I set foot in. Been a while since I tanked T. I think after a couple pulls a lot, but sorry me. So like for me, like the only phase that really like throws me off when it comes to doing T as a tank is specifically it's specifically like PA. I can do phase 1 and phase 2 fine because you don't really do like a ton of things in phase 1 and phase 2 as a tank. Phase 3, it's changed. So like the off tank usually uses their invul. Well, the off tank uses their invul now for the first Alexander set of busters. It used to be main tank, and then the main tank takes the jump buster, and then they invul the second buster after inception. So like that's changed basically. It's an actual platform monk. Oh, you know. Oh, I wouldn't know. So That makes sense, actually. Okay, okay. Listen. Every single teacher and professor goes into every single classroom every single time with a brand new cup of coffee. It's not like a discussion. You know what I mean? There's usually 9 periods of classes. I guarantee you, a teacher goes into each class with a new coffee. Like, it's crazy, actually. My English teacher was like that. She was definitely like hooked on caffeine. It was wild. But yeah, so I didn't know that like lattes was like a name of a program for a thingy. That's actually kind of cool. But yeah, so I feel like though if I did try to go back and if I did tea, all I gotta remember is like, you know, nothing left ever, Christmas right, and then what is it? It's see, like what I don't remember is after wormhole. If I think healers are west and tanks are east, I think so. It's the later half of tea that my brain always just forgets, basically. So I would have to go back and like just farm me some tea, basically. Like right now, I'm actually gonna just check out of curiosity. I don't remember if I remember like what it is actually. So, but yeah, I mean, honestly, in terms of like doing like a ultimate, like honestly, just like the simplest answer I tell people is like I recommend starting off easier because honestly, once you get the pickup on like doing one of the ultimates, you have a much easier time doing the other ones. So, like for a lot of people, I recommend doing Uwu just because like you can knock it out really quickly and really easily. It kind of turns up that one part of the brain that's like, oh, I'm a legend now. I can try and go for the next one, and then you just like spin the wheel and like you just pick one. You know what I mean? I would say like doing DSR on top after like as like your second or first ultimate, it's doable, but I don't usually recommend it. But you know, I'm not gonna stop you if you did it. You know what I mean? So because my first ultimate that I cleared was T, then it was DSR, then top, I think, then UCobb, then Fru, then Uwu. Like I did Uwu like super late, I think. Something like that. So like my order of ultimate clearing is also like not that either, so you know what I mean? So it just depends on how you content, so yeah. The good thing with stream is if you can always go back and check previous clears. Yeah, exactly. But also I think it just depends on like how you wanna I will say like doing the pressure of doing an ultimate is extensive when you're trying to you know, when you're trying to figure out for yourself how you learn. The problem with doing an ultimate is a lot of people are always afraid of how they're going to be judged for their mistakes. In reality, like, you just have to learn how to hold yourself accountable for when you do make mistakes. And I think the challenge is that a lot of people don't do that. So like, if you make a mistake, you don't want anyone to like yell at you. But if you don't call out like your mistakes, then like the thing that sucks is when you need somebody to like take the time to like go look for the problem, you know? Like if you just make a mistake and you admit to it, like 9 times out of 10, like no one cares. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool, go back in. And then you just run it. So, but when there's like a wipe and no one says my bad, that was me, then it's like, okay, cool. So who's the problem? And then everyone's sitting there like, you know, crickets and then waiting for them to just kind of pull again, like, please don't notice me. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna go look at the poll. And then once that person starts looking at the poll, then the person might be like, oh, that was me, I'm sorry. And it's like, okay, well, why'd you waste my 2 minutes of time to like, you know what I mean? So anyways, yee. Not my problem, but I come from Destiny 2, so I'm used to being kicked for one mistake. I mean, look, it even happened in the 11 group that I was just clearing with. People were like, oh, like, look, I mean, I'm not even going to hold you, brother. Look, it literally was like, I joined the party. It was like, time to not fuck up because I showed up. And then they're like, I'm scared. And I'm like, yo, don't be scared. Like, I'm not coming after people for making mistakes. Like, that's not what that is. You know what I mean? Like, I just had the bar set in terms of what I'm expecting for the content's sake. And like, the bar set low. So I'm not sitting there like expecting perfection. Like I died in the clear, you know, because like of somebody's mistake, which is like whatever, you know? So like people need to learn how to not be afraid of, like, don't be afraid of making mistakes if you just admit to the fact that you made the mistake. And usually like it's fine. Like, yo, it really is like whatever, you know what I mean? So it is in fact that simple. So E. My OCD makes me consistently optimize my polls. I'm always looking for how to do things better. As you should. That's the best way to do content in this game. You find out very quickly and very easily that you're a much better player than you actually are when you realize that like you never make mistakes, or like you rarely make them, you know? So, because here's what happens. A lot of people that play this game, like, you know, they have problems with other people and their mentalities towards doing content. But a lot of those same people never want to like look in the mirror and like, you know what I mean? Like I have a friend who like he's doing the Criterion, like from Urchin's Tale, and he's like, oh, I'm trying to do it 6 hours a day or 6 hours for whatever, so that I can just like knock it out and get it out of the way because like I want to go do DSR. And I was like, okay, so then like yeah, just do DSR and then, or come back to it later. But the thing is that like that same guy basically is the one who's making like the most mistakes and like isn't expecting to be told otherwise that they made the mistake, you know? So you have to learn to either like accept the fact that they're like patient about it, or you gotta be like, hey, like you said you wanted this like this badly, so like lock in. But you can't say that because then like you look like the villain as a result, right? So again, juggling that is like tough. So you have to either learn to like be patient, or you have to set the bar higher. That way people are like, okay, cool, like I gotta, you know, like lock in or whatever that it is. So, you know, like with my group, like usually like we're chilling, right? So like there's no like there's no pressure on anybody's neck for making mistakes, whatever that it is. Like it's Criterion, like it's like, you know, like who cares? But like if I wanted to clear Criterion that badly, then I would have cleared it right now. But like it's not like a big deal to me personally, right? So it's like whatever. But then people also have that same mentality where it's like, well, if Criterion isn't that hard, then I shouldn't have a problem like, you know, doing this one simple-ish mechanic. But that's kind of the point. People make the mistakes in mechanics all the time. So so like, yeah, I don't know. People making mistakes is past a certain point of experience and pulls can really annoy me. I mean, it should though. Thank you, Bam, by the way. Oh yeah, my pleasure. Thank you for hanging out, Chinja. GG's. People making mistakes past a certain point of experience and pulls really annoys me, but nothing annoys me more than when I make a mistake. Well, no, of course, you know what I mean? Well, that's the thing though, too, like I said. So like because like here's the way that everyone in Party Finder raids, right? Let's take I think let's take a really easy example. Here, let's do Uwu. Okay, so like, because Uwu is one of those fights. In Uwu, there's 4 phases with an intermission. So like, this group is trying to clear, right? Like they're trying to kill the boss, which means that like, realistically, because it's a clear party, you're literally at the very end of the fight. Right, so with an ultimate, like ooh, even though people are like it's easy, it doesn't matter. Like it's an ultimate, you gotta respect it, right? But by setting the bar to a clear party, that means that in theory, everything prior, because you spent so much time pulling to get to the end, you should have used that time to figure out how to like maximize your efficiency from the beginning towards the end. The end could be fuzzy because like you're not, you know, you haven't done it enough times. But like if I join this clear party and people are making mistakes in like Ifrit, Garuda, Titan phases at any point in time, like no, that's gonna annoy me to a certain degree, right? So like you're not invalid for being annoyed that, you know, people are making mistakes in phases like 1 through 3 when you're trying to like get to phase 4, you know? So like that's my biggest gripe when it comes to doing Party Finder content. Because with the Savage Raids, it's much more like loose, right? So if you find any of these parties that are trying to prog a thing, like think about how it was with like Stampede, right? Like a lot of people who were doing like Ecliptic Stampede, they would die a lot during Ultimate Trophy Weapons and Meteor Rain, and then like no one says anything. Or like Split Arena, right? Like all these moments, people are kind of like, I mean, that was my bad, but I'm not gonna take any like credit for it, right? So, and you get impatient because like you're like, okay, I know I can do that part, So I expect you to do that part. And then some people are just like, nah, like whatever, you know what I mean? So 70% at hiding behind medias and yep, we're not clearing. Oh, I don't know. The boss died like really early. It would have been nice to just not die during that process, but like I don't really care. It's whatever to me personally. What's up, for? And the thing too, like I said, man, is like it always just depends on like who you raid with, because there's already like it's like an unfortunate reputation already for me personally. But like whenever I show up to parties and they see my character's name, they're like, "Oh no, like it's Sessiion. He's like godlike, or it's like a really good gamer. I had to look really good in front of him, or else he's gonna call me out for being like a bad player." When in reality, I'm over here listening to freaking, Gypsy Woman, and like not doing anything, and there's a Yan in front of me. Like, who am I gonna get mad at? You know what I mean? So now, has there been like past instances where like a thing happened? Like, yes, but it's because like, people point the finger at me when it's not my fault, and I gotta like, you know what I mean? So I have AW Echinova blacklisted. Type the full name right now. Anyways, yeah, it was the towers that was my fault. I never seen tank towers spawn next to each other. Oh, that's what I think killed me. I mean, yeah, whatever. I mean, the only thing you can do is just keep practicing. If you didn't feel, I will say this: if you did that part and you didn't feel good about it, then you should, in theory, go back and join like a practice party just to figure out how to keep getting better. It's just that simple. A lot of people just don't do that. So sometimes you have to just like hold yourself accountable. But accountability is one of those things that not a lot of people want to take into consideration. And so that's why it's like a little tough, because in theory, like the consideration can just be simplified if you're like, so yeah. Hi Maggie, what's going on? So, because like not a lot of people like just show up randomly to like a raid thing and like automatically start playing perfectly, you know what I mean? A lot of those people take their time to like, yo, you practice. You sit there and figure out like, okay, what GCD do I press during this part? What spell do I cast? What mid do I use? What, and the simple answer is that like, because this game is so rigid about how you press your buttons and where you press them with the fights in mind, like you just have to learn to memorize that, honestly. And like you don't really run into that many problems. A lot of people just don't do that. There's so many moments where people just don't actually hold themselves accountable to memorize like what to do and what to press. People will change what they press and how they press certain buttons, and that will backfire against you, because even like if you just do the thing you're doing constantly, even if it doesn't feel good, just to get past a certain point of a mechanic, then like you should do that. Like if you're playing it safe just to do the mechanic correctly, then like play it safe to do the mechanic correctly. But if you're going to be doing like an uptime thing, then you should practice it in a practice party until you have it like well known, like what the timing is, and then just take that timing with you to the fight and then just like do it. And then if you make the mistake and you mess it up, then just go back to the safety route, but again, like people don't do that. So like in a clear party, I never uptime the tower, because like I just don't, I'm not trying to like sit there and try to uptime it for the sake of anything. Like I don't really care that much, you know what I mean? So imagine if Savage Raids had randomized mechs instead of scripted. Well, I think that there should be a content piece that does that, though. Like, I think that there should be like a type of content that just is random, like entirely. Because there's no fight in this game that's random. What if Imp had a Hand of Pain? It would have been the hardest. It would have been one of the hardest fights, like ever. People would have had a very difficult time doing that fight. I can tell you that much for sure. Yeah. The Hand of Pain thing is one of the most difficult mechanics it's like a passive mechanic in the entire game, easily. So anybody will mess up a Hand of Pain, because like it depends on the 8 players to figure it all out, like you can't solve Hand of Pain by yourself. like all 8 players have to figure it out together, but there's no active way to figure it out together, unless you call it out in the moment, right? So once all the mix and rotation to pretty much do the same thing with the pull, well, that's good. Like, but my point is like a lot of people just don't do that. So to the points in fights where I know I'm in a fight, I'm not by max, but when I'm in rotation, same. I'm usually the same way too. So I felt that actually. I guess they kind of do by making sure some of the mix have multiple puzzles or debuffs that anyone can get it, so you have to know them all. Well, I think what he means is that like mechanic order is randomized. Like imagine that in M11, instead of doing like ultimate trophy weapons at the beginning, it's like at the end, and then you have like a Eclectic Stampede at the beginning. You know what I mean? Like if the order of when the mechanics go off is randomized, then that would be very fascinating. I think that could actually be its own form of content. I would be very intrigued to see how that like rolls out basically. So yeah. Good analogies that FF14 rating is a scripted dance and everyone knows their role. Right. But the problem is that like I would say 80% of the players understand the dance like by watching the visuals, but to actually like replicate the dance steps is not. A lot of raiders just don't have rhythm. I would say like 20% of players have rhythm. The other 80, like absolutely not. So, I mean, everyone kind of knows that 14 is like a dance, you know. You follow the step 1, 2, and then you just, the same rhythm, the same groove, the same flow, the same move. Sometimes you can add like a little like pop into your move, but sometimes you just want to keep it like consistent, Need some seasoning. I mean, they need to just like practice. Like, dude, I mean, I don't dance well, like IRL, where it's like super like scripted to the T, not without practicing. If I don't practice like my dance moves, I don't dance though. But if I don't practice my dance moves, like I'm not dancing. I'm gonna just try and keep it like short and simple, But like it's the same thing with like a song. Like if you don't know a song well, like you're not gonna really try to assume what the moves are for the dance to the song. Like you're gonna just kind of like bop your head and try to figure out like where the rhythm is at and be like, oh, okay, there it is, and then try to figure out how to like improvise the moves and the process, right? Yeah, exactly. But when you know a song, then you even know like the lyrics to the point that it's like, oh hey, it's like, what is it? It's like if the lyrics was like, oh, I confess my love to you, you can be like, I confess my love to you, and then like this motion counts as like a dance step, right? But it's because you know the lyrics that you can actually apply that, where somebody else is going to be like, you know what I mean? So all that is the same kind of concept that works in this game. So I could for more HP full, more slash full HP threshold with a handful of mechanics within each block that can occur in any order. Well, I think that some fights did sort of do that, but also like, well, it kind of depends, because there are certain threshold moments where I would say older raids did that to some small degree. Like the quickest example that I can think of is like Twintania. Twintania does not change her order of mechanics until her HP actually dips below a certain point. Right, so but a lot of the fights are just scripted, right? Like once you actually grab the aggro of the boss, like the clock starts, right? It opens up with the AoE, then the tank buster, then this mechanic, then that mechanic, then a tank buster, then an AoE, and then it just, once the full circle completes, then you die, and then you just. So the only fights that don't do that is like Rathalos normal. I think Rathalos Extreme. I don't actually know though. But Rathalos Normal is like that. Like Rathalos Normal doesn't have any script. It has like a list of attacks, and it just kind of like spins the dice and then just picks them. You know what I mean? I feel like the White Wraith is like that too, like the new Monster Hunter trial. But there are more scripted moments in that fight than Rathalos is. But like if Monster Hunter bosses was a type of content in this game, I think it would appeal to a lot of players, because that randomization it requires reaction, and that reaction is like a skill expression. So, yeah, So like P7S's example, you'd always see war famine mechanics once the boss is below a certain X percentage, unless of course you get below the trigger point, and then the kill the boss before you get started. Yeah, exactly, right? So, but in like the natural order of like doing the content, like all those mechanics happen in order if the boss's HP doesn't get touched, right? Like if you do the entire pull for that boss, without ever damaging it, like all those mechanics like eventually just kind of come out after like a certain threshold, you know. But you can go past those thresholds if you do like enough damage, which is cool. But like sometimes that also kind of backfires because then like certain fights that are kind of extensively long get like a much shorter situation, and that's where like Ooh is like an example, right? So like if Ooh didn't have like the HP bypass threshold thing, and like all the bosses too, like same thing, then like those fights would be a lot harder because like even if the boss is at like 0.01% and like it's absolutely freaking dead, like if it's still committed to all of its mechanics, you know, then the true length of that fight would just be committed all the way through. So regardless of the damage threshold, like you have to know how to, you know, do everything that the boss has in store. But yeah, you know, like not a lot of fights actually do that. So the only recent fight that I can think of that does do that is M12 part 1. Once the boss casts Slaughter Shed, like the boss fully commits to Slaughter Shed, like all 3 of them basically. Which I think is cool. So, and you got to like live. How much do you need? You need 1200 total for all of them. To have the final step, you need 1200 total. Not the final step in general. I mean, like if you're gonna go from start like the very beginning to the very end, a total is 1200. So once you have 1200 like maximum, like you can turn all the steps in and then just like start relic farming. Yeah, you don't need 1200 for the final step. You need 1200 for all 4 steps. Yeah. Like M4's monster normal gig laser only happens below 20% and repeats her wing phase whenever time she hit 20. Yeah, exactly. You know, like once she reaches a certain threshold, she smashes the platform and then she sits there and shoots the laser at you the whole time. Like I think that's really cool. Like I like that. So, in anyone stored? Oh, then you can just cash all that in. You should be fine because like, what the first step is 100, then 2, then 3, then 6. So, yeah. You already have too much if you have 1281 right now in total. You already have too much paste. You need 1200 to, because the first step is 100, then it doubles to 200, then it goes up to 300, and then the final step is 600. Because I'm done with it, but yeah, like you already have too much paste if you have 1200. So yeah. I love Porter Robinson, man. No. I actually don't know if the Queens are going to be live today for UCobb. We start UCobb in like 10 minutes. Hi, Queen. Oh, you are starting soon. Okay. I'm glad that you heard me. I was not sure. Because Caves rated out to you like earlier. He was playing Counter-Strike. And then like I've had your page open or up since then. He rated out to you when you were like not live. And I was like, "Oh. I didn't know you can do that." I'm over here like I'm like at the door waiting for you to like open up, you know. Let me in. Basically. So yeah. I don't think 2 is gonna live for it. I mean, like, yeah, you know, I don't know. If I mean, I kind of hope Jazzy goes live for it. If I can understand, if not though. So, you know, being a mom and doing mom things and being busy and probably also like trying to like just chill like in pajamas. You know what I mean? Getting like ready for stream is a lot more for women than it is for men. So like, I get it. Some girls are like, yo, I don't give, just give me the friggin', give me give me like a hair tie and I get like a shirt on. I'm ready. And I'm like, all right. Meanwhile, for me, it's like, I've looked like this all day. Effortless. But I don't look as good as my queens, right? So, yeah. Who is... Oh, this is Stella stream. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, but you're cute, though. Thank you. Same for me, except sometimes I forget my shirt. One day I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll stream shirtless to see what happens. But then I don't want people seeing like my titties. You know what I mean? So I'm not trying to get exposed out here. I got some knockers, bruh. Hashtag fat. PHAT. You know what I mean? So. Anyways. Hashtag fat. Oh, yeah. I think I'm playing starting OnlyFans? Hell no. Is that legal on Twitch? You know what's funny? I actually looked it up. I think the answer is yes. I think the only difference though is that the rules do change for women. You can't be fully nude, but you can absolutely be like shirtless. Okay, so like I'll give you like an example. I think like if a guy is just sitting in his chair shirtless, just playing 14, like that's fine. Because the main thing being showcased is like 14, you know? But if it looks like he's not wearing anything, but he's like covering his Johnson, then like that's probably gonna be like a bannable thing. So like a girl can't be like braless. But I think though, I don't know if it's true, but I think if a girl was in like a bra, then like it's okay. Or like in a bikini, like for hot, yeah, exactly. So I think that's fine. But I don't think that girls like sitting there in like their, you know, underwear, basically. Like, it's probably not like a feel good thing, you know? Because that's like reserved for like the boyfriend and the husband, right? So you don't want to really sit there and be like out and about. So, and if that's the case scenario, then like I totally understand that. So yeah. No way, because then it could be a broad gaming meta. Yeah, exactly. But I don't actually like. I don't know. I'm currently under the impression that like women don't wear just bras because like they're not trying to be out there and about. You know what I mean? But also I think the imagery that gets generated conceptually about people being in underwear, like when they stream, it's not appealing, is what I want to say. They can body paint, I think. Oh, that's a fair point. I didn't think about that actually. If that's the case scenario, then like I mean I get that too, you know. But I've never thought about that being like the case scenario. Wait, can I get the Magica Sag or Adge? Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it for 6 months. What's going on? Make your own of solo sessions. Oh my god. Dude, I would never ever get caught in the nude. I'm already self-conscious enough as it is to be out here in these streets, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to be out here and about. I'd be scared about that concept actually. So like even, you know, it's really funny, like if I was in a whole, okay, like for FanFest, let's use like FanFest for example. Like I don't mind being seen in like my pajamas, but I absolutely will like hide in a room or like or be toweled up if I were to like change clothes in front of a person, you mean? Or like, and also like I don't look either. Like that's a lot of effort. So I'm like overly respectful of like people's like imagery and like vice versa, you mean? You're the very few streamers who actually show your face. That's one thing also that I feel like is it doesn't like shock me, but I am I kind of understand that that's also like a thing, you know what I mean? Like the fact that a lot of people don't show their face is another prime example of like, you know, thank you for the sub. Sessiion is gonna join the wet t-shirt contest at FanFeast. Oh my god. Imagine actually. If there's a wet t-shirt contest, I will be there. But like you gonna see everything. So it's not gonna be pretty. You know what I mean? So yo, GG's to that situation. I'm just letting you know. But no, yeah. So at least in terms of like showing people's faces, like I understand to some degree that like people use the VTuber model thing, you know? Like you do it to protect yourself. In some way, shape, and form. But then also, I feel like I wonder what the mentality is like to show up to. What's up, Luke Eric? How's it going? Welcome in. That's an email. I feel like if I was a VTuber or like a PNG tuber of any caliber, and then I show up to like a FanFest event, like I wouldn't really be able to like go to that event and like, you know, I mean, if I go to the event, I would think that my image impression of how people will perceive me outside of the VTuber thing, like I'd be terrified of it conceptually, you know. So I can understand if people also like are afraid of showing their faces when they like eventually pull up to a fan fest, for example. So if I stream, that would twerk for y'all if you wanted me to. I would only twerk to bachata. I mean, I would join you in that process, so don't even worry about it. I would absolutely like hands on the floor, feet on the wall, cracking at it. You know. But only if there's bachata. Facts. Don't ask me to play a song though right now. I'm not doing it. But I'm just saying that's an opportunity. Anyways, yeah, so because I'm thinking about it too, like I'm actually aware of more and more people that are going to FanFest, you know what I mean? But also even people who don't stream at all. Like a lot of like the people in Farah's circle and like Jazzy's circle, like they're also going to FanFest, and like I've heard their voices, but I've never seen their faces. So like I don't have like an immediate mental preparation for like whatever that it is, you know. So I just hope that some of those people are not afraid of like showing up and being like, hi, look, it's me. Like one person I've been thinking about recently is Sherb, because she's like the classic example of like somebody that like I asked the question, right? It's like, oh, like Sherb is going to FanFest, but she uses like a VTuber, right? So if she's VTuber going to FanFest, then I wonder what like her mental approach is towards like going to a convention, right? I mean, she did a pop-up like in her area, which sounded really cool. So, you know, I don't think she's necessarily like afraid of showing her face to people. But I think that's kind of the point. Like I don't really know what people's like mental approaches towards the like eventual like face reveal, you know. So but like if you just do it the VTuber thing because like it's just easier to go live and do it, then like that makes total sense to me, man. A cover cutout? No, I have nothing. there's no like whenever I stream, I just turn my camera on like automatically and like then boom, you know what I mean? People have asked me to like have like a PNG tuber or like a VTuber in case I feel like I don't want to be like on the camera. But I don't really think that people would want me to not have like my, I don't know. I've never had the need or like drive to have like a PNG tuber or like whatever. It would be nice to have days where like I don't got to turn the camera on, but like I think that people are already so used to it being there too. So like my VTuber must be just mentality. That'd be really funny actually. I could actually look into that like low key. So yeah, but yeah, you know, I mean, I'm not like judgmental of how people look. If I see a person for the first time IRL, like I mean, you know, it is just like a oh, okay, like now I know what you look like IRL. But like, I'm gonna continue using Sherb as an example because like, they're like a prime example of somebody that I'm curious about, right? So like, if I meet Sherb IRL, because she's going to FanFest, if I meet them IRL, like we hang out, we chat, we vibe, it's cool, and then she's like, hey, like can you not show people what I physically look like because like I want to keep that like as low-key as possible, then I would respect that, you know. But if she is like I don't care, then like yo, you know, like you just like know like what the like the comfort behind like their reasoning for like VTubing and whatnot. They just do it because like they enjoy it, you know, not because like they're trying to stay as incognito as possible from like the world. So but I understand though that some people are like that. Some people use the VTuber thing because they don't want to be seen, you know. And like again, you can, you know, I respect it. I don't have any like qualms against it. This guy, yeah, exactly, right. And the thing is like even if I know what you physically look like, and you still feel like inclined to do the VTuber thing or the model thing, like yo, like whatever, you know. Like it's fine. I would tell you this much: if I was in my younger years, when I was like in my low 20s to like teens, I would absolutely have had a VTuber model because I did not look like this when I was younger. I was a much heavier guy, so I think that part of me would have been very subconscious about that, like low key. So, but then you know, like I cut weight a bit, and then the confidence kind of did go up like a little bit in terms of like being seen in person and like on stage and that sort of thing. So I was like, yeah, you know, like we're chilling. But there was definitely a time where I was like, I mean, I'm still really shy. You know, the shyness doesn't go anywhere. But okay, we gotta go to Primal. So I gotta make sure I have the I want to do the bun boy, but I don't know if I have gear for this character, bun boy. I gotta check actually. But yeah. Life's a bit. I don't think I even have any gear actually for this character for the what level is it? 20 something? Wait, maybe I have the gear on my character. I could be dumb. Yeah, no, we definitely don't have any of this. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, wait. Tank is this, and then this. Gotcha. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can find I'm gonna be like a tiny bit annoying, but just like sheer curiosity. I need was it O2 pages? So Delta Skate 2s. Do I have Delta Skate 2s? I don't think I even have Delta Skate 2s. I thought about the VTuber thing when I wanted to start streaming, but I never actually got it done. Just the avatar. I mean, I think the avatar is still like just enough. You know what I mean? Also, though, like from what I understood, though, like the avatar thing is like expensive. So, I also wouldn't have like the immediate desire to do the like the VTuber thing. So, what's the oh my gosh, wait a second. I need to O2S FF14. That wasn't too bad. That's cool though. I mean, I feel like I would just have fun. Oh, it's called Genji. Open coffer. Oh, I don't have anything for the what's the handpiece for or is it the headpiece? I think the headpiece, right? Doesn't the headpiece have speed? I think there's a headpiece has speed in it. It does have speed. Okay, wait. Delta escape. I only have the 4. Bruh. Okay. I mean, I don't really care that much though, so let's just go over to let's just go to Ether. Get my passport done next month. By the time to go back to DR. You know, that's fire actually. Where's the weapon at? Okay. Log out. We're going to Primal. Primal Ultras. I mean, I don't know, like I don't know anything about VTubing, so I don't even know like famous VTubers. I know the only one that like immediately comes into my mind is like, I mean, I count Sherb low-key because like I know her. You know, and then like, there's Kiwi, there's is Sauce a VTuber or is he a PNG tuber? I don't even know. I don't know. I don't actually know really like super famous people that are VTubers. I just know like the people that I know that are VTubers, like, you know, that I'm like friends with basically. So, but I don't know. Oh, PNG tuber. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I would play with like a PNG tuber if I could. Uh, I think Kiwi would know it immediately if I hear the voice. You think you would? What's up, Kushner? What's going on, bro? I think Kiwi, I would know. You like you're saying that you would recognize Kiwi right away if you heard her voice. I can tell you for sure. I would not have like a gosh darn clue. That's my thing too, because like I know that like Sherb made this joke, and I thought it was really funny. But Sherb was like, when I see you at FanFest, I'm gonna just play the lizard thing and like just or the Starmie thing, and I was just kind of like, oh lord. So if Sherb plays the Starmie, I'm gonna know that it's her. But then when I turn and see her, I'm gonna be like, oh my gosh, like it's her. You know what I mean? So I'm not gonna immediately be prepared for the fact that it's her. But when I find out that it is her, like it's gonna be sick though, you mean? So you know. Yeah. I'm looking for certain. Oh, there they are. Sauce is someone I'm afraid to meet IRL because he legit acts like he's my friend group, so I feel like I would have to be comfortable. Oh, you get comfortable too quickly.
Stop! I could have dropped like a song.
I mean, I think that that can be fine, honestly. I think that being nervous for the comfort thing makes like total sense, so I wouldn't blame you. See, I feel like people would be afraid to meet me IRL because like if they watch how I raid, then they're like, oh my gosh, like I'm afraid of whatever, you mean? So I don't know. I mean, I really hope that no one's like afraid of me because I'm not like a scary person. Passionate, but I'm not scary. So not little mio. Yeah. Listen, man. Some people you just like you know, it's the internet. So that's the number one thing that you always gotta like remember is like, dude, the internet is just like a place that you gotta be very, very like mindful of. So like it's crazy actually. I'm buying you a chimney if we link IRL. Brother, if we go to the chimney up in the BX, brother, I'm fucking down. Yo, there's a chimney spot that I know of that is so fire, brother. I'd be so down for like a chimney over there. So, but like yeah. Hold on, wait a second. I gotta like signals and miss you act like I gotta go pull up my queen stream real quick. I don't think that anyone wants to tank this fight. I mean, I don't want to take this fight, but if I do, if I have to, I'll pull up and tank. But I'm also trying like not to tank like low key, but like I'm not going to sit there and like you know what I'm saying, like blah, 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 blah. I'm coming with excuses right now. Always have to trouble for chimis, yo. I mean, you know. So, no doubt when I'm absolutely. Hold on, let me set this up with the situation. He said slay. I don't give a fuck. I mean, yeah, yeah, whatever you mean. All right, I'm gonna wait for the invitation. What? There's actually I have too many streams up. I do have to close some streams. Also, I don't think I've had like a proper chimi, like a New York chimi in a while. So I feel like it's been like a while. So I hate that like freaking Edge is so stupid, Bree. If I go to FanFest next, hi Nina, happy Friday. If I go to FanFest next, I will find a way to get a Picadetta out there. Yo, stop it. Ooh, clear tonight. I'm excited for it actually. Dude, a Picadetta would be like insane actually. Brother, that's like the best appetizer of the century. Oh my gosh. I can't even remember that's when I had one of those. I get a whole Picadetta of myself low key. I mean, I think you should. Like, I ain't gonna even hold you actually. Also, like, I would go for like a coqueta de pollo. Oh my gosh, dude, I haven't had that either in so long. You know what I need to actually get? I gotta get the freaking metal, the wooden thing to make plátanos. Yo, I haven't had plátanos in forever. I don't even order them anywhere. So, like, that's great. Yo, low key though. I haven't had plátanos in forever. I would go nuts for plátanos actually. I made queso freír like last week or 2 weeks ago, brother. I forgot. I had childhood in the mouth. It was so good, dude. I was so gosh dang hype over it. It was so nuts. So I'm studying tea and I'm not even done with phase 1 notes. Well, if you have any questions about anything for como queso for tea, like let me know. I play everything in tea, so I can answer any questions that you may have about tea. Yeah, you know. So let me know if anything. Yee. I want some monfongo. Oh man. I'm trying to think if I even like see monfongo is one of those things I haven't had in like I don't actually know if I even I mean, I'm not saying that I don't like it. I'm just saying that like yo, it's been forever. You ever play Rival Wings? Sometimes. The thing about Rival Wings is that it's like the waiting room to get into Rival Wings is just too long, you know what I mean? Like there's a Discord that actually has people setting up to like do Rival Wings. I'm so down for it though. Oh snap. Oh snap. Wait, okay. I have to make sure that the voice tech was like a thing actually. Chicken phone always slaps. Yo, listen, I would go nuts for some. Wait, I'm trying to figure out. Oh yeah, I was about to say like just like take the buster and then just run around in a circle, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, yeah. You're doing UCobbbbb or RIP, probably get chances this weekend. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if it's possible, we can just get like a bunch of people to queue into what was that? I can't hear the yeah, I don't know what the medium. I mean, I'll play whatever. I think I was playing tank last time, so I kind of wanted to play a Dragoon, but I'm not big. So I'm with the Queens. All right, here we are. I hear everyone repeated through the Discord chat. Oh, do you? Wait. Oh, you have all 3 streams up. Oh, I was nervous. I was like, oh shit. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Hi, Spooky. I'm playing Dragoon, brother. Wait. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay. She makes her own Sessiion, no pun intended. Shit always comes out to taste like I have unlocked a new plane of existence. Brother. I'm all about that life. Me too. I don't know how to cob. No, I'm sweating. Literally anything. Get me to it. Hell yeah. Is it though? You need some more practice. I'm gonna send you some Wiz Khalifa. He sampled me Green Sonic 1. What the f? Hey, yo. Okay. I haven't heard this song in so long. This song reminds me of Def Jam. Oh my god, I got the pose, brother. There's a song he sampled from Chrono Trigger too? Ooh. Wait, I forget. Is it I forget. Are we is Melee third or second? Oh, I guess it is HM. I guess it is THMR. Oh shoot. Okay. This one. That one is YouTube only, since you know SE want their money. They put on Spotify. Can I play Black Mage? Me play Black Mage? I mean, I could, but I don't know if you. I'm not sure you trying to watch me play no Black Mage. You want me to play Black Mage? I would play Black Mage as a fake melee. I would. You know what's really funny too? I was actually thinking about it like low key. Yeah. You okay? What do you mean? Oh. Yeah, someone said that they'd give me a Fantasia to do it for like the thing, you know? So. Oh. Kinda close. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. TYFP light party, let's go. I forget the UCobbbbb opener. I think I throw piercing in. I don't think I hold piercing. True is 170, piercing is 250. Okay. Oh, I broke my combo because I didn't see the person with okay. I broke my combo because I saw the person to my left and I had no idea who that was. Okay. Sage. You know what's got? I mean, I feel like Pictomancer's got to be pretty decent in this fight. It's like a fake melee. Like, kinda, yeah. Oh. I'm a little out of touch right now. I broke my combo twice already at this point. I did double dot combo, and I did my other thing incorrectly too. Dude, yeah, you just had a hammer at 70? Yeah. But also the thing is like you can sit there and just cast your spells without like the interruption. So if you're playing like a ranged thing, like it's probably not gonna be like ideal, I feel like. Maybe she's good. Hell yeah, that's my queen right there, bro. Thank goodness she didn't get it. Perfect, right? Yeah, it's okay. She's kind of like de-rusting, I think, like Loki. We haven't been in this in like forever. Whoa! I didn't think that. Usually people that pick the lightning for the third one, they go to the right side. I didn't think that they were going to go to the left. No, it's okay. I think we haven't been here in months. So stickies.
Wait, oh yes, wait a minute, Mr. Postman.
I didn't think that I was gonna do that. B. I know the feeling. Yeah. It was like a. Yeah. I loved like the immediate run. Oh, we're 7. Oh. Laying on the job? Hell yeah, you know. What if I wear like no shirt? Do you think that they notice? Oh, I should have went black mage. No, I couldn't. They went to red mage. Okay. Depend on timer. If timer's short, then Doom first. Oh, then it was, yeah, then Doom was second that time. E. I think she had Doom 2, Lightning 1, I think so. Look at the pose. Look at the sneakers. Can't believe you joined this UCobbbbb and not the one I was in. I think you hate me. This is a preformed group. This is like a homies thing. No. Hate me confirmed. All right. I would join a homie situation with the progress if I knew that it was like a homie thing. I freaking love I love UCobbbbb. The weapons are cool. I love this is one of my favorite fights. I love this fight. Sessiion hits everyone equally. I got nothing for that. That didn't work. That was sad. Second best JoJo, far behind part 5. Hey, JoJo, you mean? It was me, wasn't it? Do it. When it comes to UCobbbbb, you literally have permission to do whatever your heart desires. A, B, C is fine. Oh, I didn't see the fireball. No. Oh, I'm not doing it. It's okay. I'm a huge coward. Oh.
How many years I've waited since that day. For the one that stood alone against the storm. Peace.
No. Wait. Save him. Dun, 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 dun. Bam, bam. Dun, dun, bam, bam. Does this embowel do more or less than wait, until our friend returns, I will hold the line. This town certainly has changed, and not at all for the better. Promise you, I'm not going anywhere, Minfilia. How far is the party? Ads phase, but we're de-rusting because we haven't been here in months. So, but they're technically seeing ads. Yeah, we made it to phase 4. Yeah. Also, I don't have the right skill speed in this. The 7th calamity. Or something greater even than the 7th umbral calamity. Must be undone. If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten. Become what you must. Not yet, it's that part. Become what you must. I don't keep going to our roof rune trio. You know, honestly, like once you get past the trios, the rest of the fight's actually really like not that bad. Although ads phase is the hardest because everyone's always got the shakies for ads phase. But yeah, become the warrior of darkness. Oh my god, I can't wait for the new announcement. Let go. Yeah, friggin'. I didn't join that, so. Oops. Sort of. No. What's up? Twinning. They're not there. Res everyone. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh. We live in. Stamp. What do you think 8.0 will be called? You know what's really funny? There's a YouTube video that I posted today about the random possibilities because I let ChatGPT decide on that. I don't have a clue. The thing is that regardless of what the name of it will be called, there's like zero contention that'll give me any implication of what I think it'll be called. In my mind, the theme, like the seasonal theme of the expansions have not been like an immediate obvious choice, because you know, like Endwalker I feel like was kind of folly, Dawntrail summer, Stormblood was kind of summer, Heaven's Word was like winter. So if I could be, I would kind of like for there to be a more like cooler theme, like temperature wise. So, but I think also the winter as being like a plot point sounds like we're gonna get like a winter expansion. So I don't know. I haven't like got like a singular clue at all. Maybe called Remembrance. I don't think so, but Remembrance doesn't sound like a. I mean, not that it doesn't sound like anything. I just feel like why would it be called Remembrance? You know, that's my question. Like, why would it be called Remembrance? Because there's nothing that really. You got to think about like the contention plot point for the thing. So, because if I had to think about it though. In my mind, like, it's got to be like an emotions thing, you know? Like, if we're gonna make any kind of, if we're gonna make any kind of thing, it's gotta be emotional based. So, it's not gonna be memory, like, the expansion doesn't really sound like it'll have memory-based situations. So, I remember we all thought that the title for Forspoken was 6.0. You know, and then yeah, instead it was a whole different game or something. Ew. Alright, I guess so. I was moving the whole time, but alright. I mean, I was running shit the whole time, but I guess so, yeah. My sub. Anyways. It an RPG that costs more than Endwalker probably make it was quickly bombed. I give them credibility for trying to like experiment with the game thing though. Like I didn't like a problem, but yeah, I definitely was like, oh, you know, maybe there will be like something good out of it. It wasn't like, it didn't suck though, but yeah, it bombed for like, it bombed as a game, but it was definitely like an attempt. Which sucks though, because I feel like the game was actually like okay. In terms of the character, but I mean, gameplay wise, story wise, it was definitely like an attempt. No, it's okay. Yeah. Don't worry. I jumped up for you, so. I do like the idea though that like the expansion is like a two-word thing, you know what I mean? Like I like that it's like a singular name thing, like two-word thing, like Dawntrail, right? Endwalker, Shadow Bringers. Like I kind of thought about this earlier today, but I kind of would like for them to actually change the name of the expansion from A Realm Reborn. Like it's kind of weird though, but yeah. Like, I wish they changed. I wish they changed A Realm Reborn and like gave it like a more like modernized name, basically. So. ABC is okay. I would enjoy it a bit, but depending on if I let the gameplay get too monotonous, but I do see why I see it. Yeah, I think like what they tried to do is just like make. I think that they tried to make Nier Automata without like including whatchamacallit's name, Yoko Taro, basically. That's what it felt like to me when I played it. So, that's like literally the description that I had in my head about it, though. Yeah. Uh-oh. No. Okay. Over that. A lot has to do with feelings and memories. Getting the reworking back to core function to move forward in remembrance. Feelings and well, I mean feelings makes sense. Memories do not make sense. Cool. No, I'm just a guy. So yeah, I think feelings could be like a, you know, like heartfelt could be like a thingy. So memories, yeah, memories is Dawn Trail. I can see memories being Dawn Trail, but I don't see it being 8.0. So I don't know. I have no idea, because even when I went through the MSQ, because here's the thing, here's the answer. You'll actually be able to take a guess at the name of the thing when the trailer comes out. For 7.5, like we're gonna get the trailer for 7.5 for Trails to the Heavens before we you know what I mean? So we dead as freak, by the way. Like I almost think you can actually use like Heavens as like a, you know, like Winter Heaven or something, or Winter Haven. I could see Winter Haven being like the name of it if they were trying to do the thing. So if I had to think about like an immediate answer, I would think Winter Haven. So isn't it Harem Town? I mean, I think so, but like, you know, yeah. I'm trying to think about what was the name of patch 6. What was patch 6.5 called? It was called it was Growing Light, right? Yeah, so Growing Light has nothing to do with like Dawn Trail. Well, kinda, right? So like Trails of the like Heaven's Trail sounds like the evolution of Dawn Trail, right? So like Trails of the Heavens literally sounds like a, you know, so you don't know. I don't know if like Heavens will be in the, I don't know if they'll do Heavens twice, because I feel like whatever the word dynamic is going to be for the name of the patches or the expansions, they don't repeat the same like anything. So I don't know. To be honest, 6.4 7.0 is how dark from Growing Legacy. Yeah, exactly. You know, so it doesn't give any like contention at all to like what 7.0 would have been called. So Dawn Trail being the title like had nothing to do with anything in my mind. So at least that was my thought process to it. So yeah. So I think you can take a lot of really good guesses, but I don't think that anyone's gonna actually like have the formula correct for it. So if anybody actually gets the name of it correctly, though, that'd be fire actually. Doesn't need thought line though. I hadn't thought this before. If there is like a pattern or like rhyme and reason behind the extensions, I have no clue. I wouldn't be able to guess it at all. So what's up, Ness? How's it going, brother? Thank you. Stop making me blush on camera. I'm shy. Oh my god, they're like glazing my Dragoon abilities. My god. I'm not that cool. I just kind of like live here anyway. Good challenge. Cobb is fire right now. It's like a D-Rush a little bit, so like it's like super big chill. You know what I mean? Twista. Kanye West. Yeah. So I'm playing Dragoon, so I'm having like a blast right now. I really love playing Dragoon. So it's my favorite job to play, and it's also my favorite job in the entire game. So I love me some Dragoon. These girls are right. Oh my gosh. Rest in peace. Intuition. What's up, fun? How's it going? Yeah, have fun, brother. Gentlemen, the prototype. Oh, we should nobody overnight. What the f- Oh. I didn't know the boss moved. Alright, well. Nice, I haven't been in a while, but yeah, doing more M12 knives go for a clear tonight. Hey, good luck. I hope you get the clear today. It would be so nice to have the clear be like complete, you know what I mean? And then you can kind of like just chill. Damn. This party going crazy right now. That's mine. Oh. I make you somebody overnight. I said, wow. This boss is healthy, bro. This boy healthy. Oh, it's a girl, but let me be your manager. Okay. Good song. You were like, ooh, shiny. Isn't that the worst flavor? Nothing beats red, so... But I'm also basic, so yeah. And they all taste like gray or something. What did colorblind people color-wise see, actually? Actually, a great question. I've never known that. So long. Wait. Hell yeah, Farah. That's my queen right there. Buster. Wait. Right. I was waiting for my queen to enter tank stance mode. And she walled. What happened? So there's these green little things that appear on the ground whenever she casts Twister, and it's random who gets it, but there's always 4. So to make it safe, everyone has to move. So somebody didn't move. And then if you get hit, if you hit the Twister, you fly up. And anybody near the Twister flies away. You do it early if you want to. And then you can hold one of the charges as a Twister if you want to. Oh shoot. Oh my god, yes, good song. With Bahamut Prime? Oh, with Bahamut Prime, same thing. Whenever that dragon like glides or casts Twister, there's Twisters. So like whenever Spontaneia glides across the map, she's always Twistering, and then or she casts Twister. So she casts a Twister when she flies, and when she flew, everyone dodged Twister, but then somebody walked back into the Twister, and you don't do that. Hell yeah. Like mentor, like trainee, yeah? Oh, that was bad. I don't have any gauge or any stance thingy. Why? Oh, I just didn't set up with the thingy touching. Ooh. A is tight, B is cool, and C is cool. I need to get the next one. Nah, I got faith. Faith. Yeah, it's called faith, you know? It did help that Utada Hikaru's Face My Fear was playing in my ears. Yep. Steppies. I didn't know I was playing the Resident Evil scary game. See, so that's what happens when you touch green, or when someone touches green near you, you fly. Trying to holler at me.
Hello there.
How? Yo, that is a name. Thank you for the follow. Oh wow, that's a name. How did they let you get away with that? Wow, that's crazy. Damn. They can't contain me? Alright, well. Bro loves getting burned. Everything burns. Oh, well. Holy, that's hilarious. Next time I want to troll someone with a gift sub, I know who I'm giving it to. Oh, Lord. I got nothing for that, so I mean, like, you do what you got to do. Whether you do what the name does or you gift the gift of giving to the name. Yo, I got nothing for you, brother. Yeah, that's crazy though. Oh, wow. Okay. But you know what I mean? There we go. Let's just say something. I see cake. You know it. It actually helps to use blood for blood and disembowel. In there. Oh wow. Man, you really don't like my queen. You know what? That's my fault. I did give him the pass. I did. Well, I think you should pick my boy Tupac here, man. Objection. I don't know. We burn up. Like what? I'm too hot. Oh fuck! Good gracious! Up another spaceship. Some deflections for Asia. That's a question, please. Out. To learn. Apple Bus, Apple Ridge. I'm gonna make $1 million on the Apple Ridge. Money. Ew. Ew, it's like AB Northwest or some shit. And gross. That pattern is stinky. No, I took a guess at the pattern. ABC, yeah. I was like Northwest looking kinda crazy. Oh yeah. Oh, I had the pattern wrong actually. Yeah, I was not ready for that. Alright. Ooh, do I get this actually? I do. Nice. That guy needs a benediction. Damn. Oh wait, I need to do the click. LB gauge. Secret LB Gen Tech? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. True and real. Hey, it must be the money. Wait. I did the wrong opening. Hold on. Damn, so old school music. True. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome in. When you're doing UCobbbbb with friends, you gotta play the good stuff, you mean? Not like the old unk music we listen to, like jazz, house, and you know, like disco. If I play disco music, everyone's gonna be like the whole time. %, yeah. Oh shoot, I can't do that. Oh! You date. This is slightly askew. Nah. Oh, look, check this out. Hey, hey, uptime. Sitting mess up in a white. Whoop. I've been helping friends in here in old ultimates. Oh, that's cool. I'm a big fan of doing old ultimates. Must be the money. He was nowhere near there. So when the session do ultis? What? I do ultis all the time. I just like usually what ends up happening is I have to be like summoned to do the ulti. Basically. So, isn't that ironic? Yeah, but I'm stupid, so I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't have known that. I'm too stupid. You know what I mean? I'm a bun boy. What do you expect from me? You expect me to like actually know? I'm just supposed to be kind of here, just like you know what I mean? Like, look at the bun boy. Question: how borked are those hatches? Oh, it's gonna be borked. But we're gonna find out how bad it gets actually. Those hatches were fine though, honestly. You just got to pay attention to like where you can stand, because only one of them were like really like out of place, so it wasn't like too bad. But yeah, this one's really weird. No, sorry, that one's really weird. Yeah, because the way where it's standing right now is also like a little bizarre. Hey, must be the money. Because you literally like the lightning right there also almost killed us. So. Trying to think like must be the money. Am I living? Yo, this is a party. See, so like the spacing of these two being right here is like not helping. So the placement of these, this area is so tight just because of the placement of the thing. But yeah, I'll take this. Bro ran into the wall. Hell yeah. Wait. Whoa. I volunteer tribute. Everyone back up. I got this. No, I'm joking. Forever, I'm could be together. That HP though. If I could be. Okay. Alright, well. Alright. Are you sure about that? That's my guy right there. Oh, I should put the Gashkogel together with the Black Blood actually. This guy scared the crap out of me. Now I gotta go change pants. Be right back. Faithfully. I have the wrong biz for this one. I'm with open. Bruh, what's up? You done Palace on Picto to an extent, right? Yeah, what's up? Picto and Palace is a little jank, honestly. There's a lot of times where I actually just hold my pulls for the hammer solo. Like, it's kind of crazy, actually. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy yourself. So, what kind of nonsense did you encounter? It's mainly what I've been running besides War Machinist, but okay. I guess that's the question, right? It's like what you 150 boss? Oh, versus okay. I forget her name all the time. I almost said Tutsumari, but that's a wrong thing. She had less than 2% health. Okay. I had no MP. I had to just sit and run with her for a minute. Really? Did you were you like not, or were you running lucid dreaming? You really shouldn't have that problem. Like Picto doesn't really have that moment happen because you never had this before. Okay, well, rule order number 1 of business: Lucid's on cooldown regardless. I was kind of like, what? I mean, understandable, kinda. It's kind of crazy how like the inch is crazy. Sustaining pots on cooldown? I mean, sustaining pots, but that's not lucid dreaming, brother. That's for HP, not no MP. So, you just trained or anything? I mean, I guess so, but also like not entirely though. I don't know. I don't really feel like whatchamacallit becomes like a thing. Just wait a while. Oh, I don't get my pot. Okay, gotcha. If I use the I have to hold the pot for after the disembowel. Oh, I have to hold that. That's the whole reason why I did the Gerskogel early. What am I using? I'm using the current food, the popcorn. Dragoon doesn't really want like a lot of speed in this. The only speed you get as a Dragoon in this fight is from the weapon relic, basically. And if yeah. So, but I'm also wearing the wrong speed though. So. Don't go crying. 2.5? No. I'm technically running 2.48, but that's incorrect. I should be running 2.47. But all my gear, the only thing that has speed is my weapon, but it's because of the relic. So, but also it's because the speed is free. I don't want to run to anything speed in this fight, but if the speed is free, then like it's free. So, because how the relics work for Baja is like the max stat cap you can put on your weapons in UCobbbbb specifically is 127. So yeah. Do I have my thingy? I do. Oh, maybe this is okay. Ow. Gunmetal soul. No. In the river. But yeah, so the maximum number of stat points you can put on your weapon specifically for UCobbbbb is exactly 127 points. So my relic has 136 because the cap is 136 for Uwu, but this is incorrect. So because I'm having more than 127 stats on my weapons, that's like a waste. I'm wasting my stats currently. So Baja is different or Paladin's different. Paladin wants it's like 97, I think, for the I think it's 97 points for the weapon, and like 43 for the no, that's you actually. For Paladin in UCobbbbb, it's 91 points on the weapon and 36 points on the yeah. It's 91 on the weapon and then 36 on the shields. But yeah, you have to put speed on the Paladin weapon to use Boss Relic because you don't have a choice. It's free, so like you don't care, but technically you don't want that speed, but you can't not get rid of it, so you got to keep it. Have to do. My potion for this part is tricky, actually. No, brother. More. He stood in the way of my hatch. It's okay. Gosh, okay. I was like, dude. Yeah, I think the hitbox was just too big. Then it tapped you in the cheek and said hello. Thank you, Queen. Killing, you can't hit the Queen this time. You complimented me. Oh! Well, not Farah though. Yeah. You have authority to shirk the white mage, just like, you know. Love you. Hear the voice crack? Murder says? I didn't murder anybody. That twister was in place by me, so it wasn't my fault. I didn't put that twister there. My queen did. Alright. Yeah, for that. I'm just a girl. Don't mind. Hi, Ray. Also, happy Friday. Oh, I guess the problem too is that I'm wearing the wrong skill speed. That counted though. Okay, that's good. I have the timing for that potion, and that'll actually work for the snap when I get the right weapon. Okay. I gotta update my rotation for this later on. Gosh, my wiggle is so bad. Everything is fine.
And scorch my foe.
Oh, it actually helps it throw it. Okay. Actually, well, I can't throw 2 Piercing Talons, but 2 would be decent. I can only ever hear the MC write a match of the song. Oh, you know. Steckies. A. B. C. Thank you. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I don't get the Drake's Bane. Oh, so I want to start in thingy. Gotcha. I'm dead. Yeah, I saw it. I saw it coming. Steppies. Where the fuck's my steppies, brother? I just want steppies. I'm trying to get the Bahaktua. Oops. The Bahak. I do actually. I love this fight. can melt an igloo. So damn. You bastard. Oh, I lost it. Oh, I'm so freaking lame. No, give it to me. I can melt in a glue. And give me the dot. Thank you. Oh wait. I gotta hold that joy screen for the Subaru. Like an art? No, no, myself and question. Think about me again. They point the finger at me again. A, B, C. Spread my. Oh. Alright. I thought that'd be cool. I feel like the high school jock. Damn. No, scary, bruh. Where's my... Oh, I'm definitely, like, not in the right position right now. Oh, wait. Yeah. You're welcome. You're forgiven, Nina. I'll be the back. Let's go, more ultimate. Let's go. What's up, how's it going, brother? Happy Friday. How's your fruit thing going on so far? Work on top of the moment? Ooh. I love top. Oh shoot, I didn't actually press the button. I'm trash at this game. ABC. I don't have my jump. M50 kill race. I mean, that's fine though. Reaching the real phase is it takes time, you know. Saying P5 is insane. It's definitely a lot, so definitely enjoy it and take your time as you need to. But yeah, just know that that phase is very insane. Looks like CT from 3 times in a row. That's definitely one way to put it. Although I feel like CT definitely is like mild by comparison, like low key. But I think people will say though, like people say that like CT is actually a hard mechanic, so like I kind of get it actually. Hell yeah. Hashtag F's. I should actually equip I should keep my jump for this part. It's been progging it after a while it's cozy. Yeah. The first 4 phases are pretty chill once you get like used to it. Phase 2 is definitely like a lot though. Phase 1 is not too bad, but I know that everyone panics at the missiles for Pantocrator. And then the swapping priority is definitely tricky too. Phase 2 is pretty chill though once you really like get the hang of it though. Phase 3 is like super chill until monitors. Then monitors gets like kind of chaotic. Phase 4 is like a little like a memory check. And then yeah, then there's Phase 5. Nail looks like the most insane phase in UCobbbbb, but it's the first set Bahamut that's the most frequent wall. Nail is definitely a wall as well, but the thing is like you can oh, I didn't press buttons. You can definitely like jank a lot through it, honestly. You're right though. Like I mean, the real wall is Bahamut, like no question. I do think that like Nail's a bit of a wall too. But you can if you have like people who can like just not. If people can do DPS amidst all the chaos, then yeah, you can definitely like struggle boss immensely through Nail and like still defeat her because there's so much more that goes on in that phase than you don't actually realize. It's kind of crazy actually. Like she has like 2 more mechanics and then like she has like 3 more mechanics after when we like normally kill her. So yeah, like it kind of goes nuts. I rarely see party survive more than like 25 seconds of a Hobbit, but holy shit, Nail's doing so many things. Nail is actually like at the foundational level, Nail is not hard at all. Like Nail is like super chill, but yeah, like one of the big crazy moments of you know, for Nail is just that like, you know, all the mechanics just kind of stack up together over time, and then you realize like, holy crap, there's like a lot going on. But it's funny because like you only really pay attention to one of the things that's going on, and it's when the fire, because the fire is like the most important thing to like actively pay attention to. So yeah, but yeah, understandable also that like you know, you're like Nail is very chaotic, like unquestionably chaotic. So yeah. I'm on this side, and that's a little abnormal. Oh my gosh. To the point that I have a bit of a joke. It's like now open your eyes with our weapons repeated, you know? Oh shoot, I had to grab the truth outside of this. My name is Sessiion and I approve of this message. Level 6? I love Jagoon in this fight, man. This fight's so much fun. Optimizing Piercing Talon is like so much fun. Oh, I stole it from her. Oh, I didn't. Okay, thank God. I thought I stole that shit from her. With the backflip. That would have been crazy scary, actually. Okay. Nope, a third. Boogie. Oh. I got heart attacked. I felt like this twitch in my knee before that happened, and it scared the crap out of me. Makes sense now. Like literally. Yeah, that was scary. Someone got killed with lightning, and so if you die with lightning, you go boom, and like if people are close by to you, then like it ain't pretty. Yeah. feel like I'm gonna get the thingy this time. Yeah. Oh. Nope, I didn't get it actually. I lied. I want to play this game with like an arcade fight stick to see if I can like make the mashing sound seem like I'm over here playing like an actual fighting game, you know what I mean? No. Oh. My speed differentiation sucks. That was a speed problem actually. The 30 skill speed I think actually makes a bit of a difference. I would have died. I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't move for the twister. I should have died to that, actually. I should have died. I stood there with the twister and I did not move. We're good, though. They give me a saving grace. They let me think that I'm cool when I'm not. Hell yes. Ooh, 10K. Oh, another one. Ooh. A mistake. Oh shoot! I didn't hear the doom, so I thought that I was lagging for a minute. It had me kind of shook it. What's up, Yusuf? How's it going, brother? I need this. Fatality. I gotta check and see if Finging Club is. I think Finging Club does more than piercing. Oh, the extra ice ball. 250 versus 300. Yeah, I think so. That's it. Makes sense. Because full is 240. 380. Oh shit. 380. Okay. Ice ball. I'm alive. Where am I? Oh, okay. It was spread. I'm scared. I'm scared. I need the Drake's Bane to stay. I gotta go into it with not Drake's Bane, Disembowel. I can't English great. I need to go into the poll with Disembowel. Oh wait, I'm playing kind of like stinky. Hold up. I got pressure entrance with it. Yeah, that like quarter second stopped my shit from actually like committing, so that's why I died. So. That's kind of crazy. Or clean up the bathroom and listen to arcade music? Yes. I did that when I was playing Not Afraid earlier. I don't know why I was afraid of my bathtub, but I did it. I went through all my cabinets and drawers. I got rid of all the beauty products that I don't use and makeup and all of it. Spring clean. Oh. I feel like, is that like a... Okay, for like a girl who uses makeup, is it like a frequent situation that you would actually clean up like the makeup stuff? Because I feel like you want to... I don't know. I feel like you always have like the extensive collection for the sake of the variety, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. I never thought that... Not for you? Oh, okay. I'm not saying that I'm like surprised by it. I think it's just kind of fascinating. But I usually feel like you do want to try to like commonly hold on to like your I don't know. So lots of hair stuff too. Well, I know like products like eventually like expire also, but yeah. I don't know. I like never really think that much about it though, so. Oh, I don't mind jump. I didn't get my good. Oh, the half a trash bag was alive? You know what the thing is too? I mean, I'm not trying to like necessarily okay, so like there isn't like a Goodwill's near me or anything like that, like where I can like donate my clothes. But I did go through my clothes from like 4 months ago. That I was gonna try and like pack them up and like sell basically or like donate, but I'm on the verge of just kind of like throwing them out. Kinda like low key. So I'm not, I mean, a lot of the clothes are not necessarily like dirt. They just don't fit me. So, you know, so that's my thought process at least. I wouldn't be opposed to just throwing out my clothes. I thought about it, honestly. So yeah. Ooh. I don't wear like 60% of the stuff that I have in my closets and drawers. I'm gonna bag all the ones that and donate it. Yeah, I mean it makes sense if you can donate to just donate it. I should like I think like the distance I have to travel to donate all my clothes, it's like very, very freaking far, basically. I'm on Ultros. I don't have my black mage. Blah blah blah. I was caught, but I'm fine. Wait 1 second. Let me see. They don't have a pickup service I can use. I don't think so. I don't know though. I didn't ever look that deep into figuring out if there is like a pickup service. I might have to do that homework actually. Well, I mean, there might be, but I never. Well, so my thing is like, my hope is that if there is any service like that, that it's just like a pickup for free. There's no like charge for it, sort of thing. But I actually just do not like. I don't know the answer. Is the truth. So yeah, I don't know. Send my condolences to go. Oh my gosh. He taught me everything on wish me well. You gotta let human we dance. My silent idol. Say what? Are we dancing? Hell yeah, brother. Yo, hell yeah, brother. I would imagine y'all don't drop out there. Maybe like a church or donuts. There is actually a church near me where actually there's a church and a school near me. I should look and see if I can find out what kind of school that it is and like their programming and see if I can actually figure it out. That might actually work. I tried checking last time and like they were like like we kind of sort of don't have like a blah blah blah, so but yeah. Are we human? Oh, Bella's offline. Oh. Her stream light turned off or something. Bottom. Are we in? All right. I'm playing fake melee black mage. We gonna see how this goes. I don't have bis though, so like F it. I'm gonna just work with what I got. What is bis for black mage for UCobbbbb actually? Out of curiosity. Oh, I see. I need dungeon gear. What is my stuff actually? Oh wait, I have those oh, I gotta put those glasses away. Let's see. Do I put them in the armoire or do I put them? Yeah, I'll put them in the armoire. Damn, is there at least like? Oh no, I mean there's still like 6 glasses. King Queen of the Week. Okay, wait. I don't want to start my clothes tonight, but also I don't. Worked all day and just spring clean my bathroom. Like, ugh, but also I have nothing else to do right now, so no one's looking for me either. In my mind, what do we do in this case scenario? Okay, look at the closet. If you see one thing immediately that you're like, nah, then let that be like your tell for like getting started. You know what I mean? if you see one clothing item from a distance and you're like, I don't want that, you're gonna have, you know, I mean, I don't know, people who like, you know, you kind of like have like that itch and you're just like, okay, I gotta like resist the itch. But like, you know, you just that first you start scratching, you're like, oh, you gotta just get started. I would say just kind of see what you might find, like low-key. You know, kind of like, yeah, find out, you know, mess around and find out a little bit, I would say. Is the relic determination? Oh, it is. Okay, cool. I have a lot of determination in direct hit, but like not a lot of crit. So we can stone can. What is my level 70? I see, I see. In the morning. Are we on Ether? We're on Primal. No, we on Primal. Yeah. What up, though? This is only going to be temporary, bruh. I don't have a black mage. I haven't worked on my black mage plate or portrait yet, so. Ooh. Dum dum dum. Is there I don't know. Beat. Tripped into the sound that's beat out of space. I got the Mega Man Star Force collection on Switch. I want to buy that actually. I actually really want to look into acquiring that. I won't even hold you actually. On repeat. Man. Okay. That's $40 to spend this paycheck. Ooh. I honestly I've been buying like a lot of like food ordering out. So because I don't want to cook and then have to clean so like I'm not trying to order food all the time, but I need to start reducing my food a little bit and so yeah, no names, no. Just with how much hard copies are going for. You know what's crazy? There is definitely like a recent like surgence of like hard copy games costing like some cash right now. Ever since Resident Evil Requiem was like all of the every single copy was like just like they were actually like back ordered, like you know, a lot of Resident Evil Requiem copies were like there were so many copies that were gone, like you couldn't actually own a physical copy for like a little bit. What that mean? Oh, there's definitely something wrong here. Huh. Well then. A Costco trip will save you so much money? Yo. Yeah, but like the problem with Costco is like I have shopped at Costco and one of the primary issues that I run into with Costco is like, okay, so I live alone and I'm single, right? So like The amount of stuff I can buy is like too much food. It's actually like literally too much food. Oh no, I was telling Rim that he was tanking. I was requested to play Black Mage. So yeah. Like, dude, my sister and I went to Costco's and we bought like a thing of Cheez-Its. Yo, there were like 100 packets of Cheez-Its. I wasn't about to sit there and like figure it out actually. Buy 2 for the mac and cheese. I literally bought, I think, 6 months worth and it still was too much. I can't go to Costco's. Costco's is just too much. I was 1. What do you need? So, dude, my sister was like, "Oh, you should buy like some spinach and kale and stuff for like your salads." And like, yo, it was like I couldn't eat them all. It was not happening. So, Kirkland brand is so elite. I had to try it. I had to try Kirkland. Wait, how do I play this job? I did the worst rotation I've ever seen in my entire life, bro. Okay. Free stuff or dry? I mean, like, yes, but that's not a habit that I'm in. I'm not like used to that habit though. So I want to fix that as like a habit, like low-key. So like you're not wrong, but also like that's not an easy thing for me to just do right off the bat. But yeah, I can do that too. Prep meals? No, that's the problem too. I can't prep meals. If I prep meals for enough time, like prepping meals is it only can go so far. I can't prep meals like far out in advance. Eventually it will go bad. Like I've tried all that. It does not work for me personally. Do I not get the proc for the I don't know. How do I huh? I actually don't know the answer to this job right now. Be much with tropical cheese? I wouldn't be opposed, but that's a lot though. I feel like I'm just How do I get my Fire 3 procs to happen? 2 weeks at a time? You know what's crazy though? 2 weeks is too much time still. 2 weeks is still too much time. Because the thing is that like 2 weeks would be fine if I actually like worked from home every day and all my meals were like a thing, you know what I mean? But that's the thing though. Like most of my days I'm actually in the office. So that's why a lot of that food also will just go, it's gonna go bad. So that's why it's tough. Yeah. Wait, what's my I think it didn't go off actually. I missed the ice too. Feel like CeeLo, bucking in our reload, shipping to Argentino. And the color. I think cousins in the 90s, if you know about that shit, and you know about doing shit. I don't know you. I'm Bruce Wayne terrorizing that shit. I'm Prince of Vinci with a hatchet. That's the real shit in his body at work. I'm an introvert. I wonder what that's right. I kind of less Spike Spiegel or the report people retrieval. Picture jump into conclusions that equal Knievel, best believe it, but y'all move me. Kind of drag you up, you defeated and amputated to the blood coagulate. Whatever speed I'm running with this job is not good. You can correct and I can correct it. Who fucked up a whole electric? ABC should be good. In the world of remakes. Need more than 3 takes. I look way in the car now. This fucking beat. Like, my god. Okay. Oh, that's all. That's crazy, actually. Let's shut it down. I lived this, right? I didn't know where was my hotbar. Yeah, let me fight meteor by meteor. This is so anime, actually. Those limits come in are quickest and easiest to in a bag. Well, the thing is, like, also, like, so if I meal prep anything, it specifically has to be done for specifically dinner situations, because my breakfast and lunch I get from work. So that was game. No. Boom, 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 boom. True. Wow, Jazzy going for the LB uptime? Okay. Look at you all fancy. That kind of when Sessiion does the main expansion. Oh, I love this song. I don't know the consequences. Oh. No, that was me. That was my fault. I shouldn't have been there. No, I figured that people that would take the their lightnings out when they're ranged. So. I got the third one again. Maybe C, but damn. Yeah, it looks scary. Stackies. Brother, what ran that fire connected? Yo, that fire connected. Damn. Brother, that connected. The fire floor, when she dove away, kept casting, and it actually, like, connected. That's crazy. I don't have any ley lines. Hell yeah, gamers. Damn. That's impersonal. Holy sh. No, step on me, god damn it, I hate you so much, Muhammad. Yo, this shot was so fast. Alright. Where's your water? Oh. My water is here. Thank you for the redeem. It's actually important that I drink water between now and Monday. I have a doctor's appointment that I have to get ready for. Wherever you wanna. Oh, I didn't press my my mana font. No. I feel like I have to move mana font in the future. Oh God. Confidence, unwavering. I'm so godlike. You saw me sit there with confidence because I wasn't getting hit with a twister? Hell yeah, brother. Unwavering in the eyes of defeat. One of the greatest songs ever. Hell yeah. Ow. Black Mage? What, you just noticed? How you just noticed this, actually? Had you asked me to. And I was like, alright, well. I was tabbed out doing PP and other things? Oh, okay. Surprise. Oh, the ice ball. Oh, don't. Bum, bum, bum. I don't have anything correct with this job, so I would not like look at me and take notes. Are you switch? Someone was like, "Hey, can you play Black Mage next time?" And I was like, "Sure." That's all. I didn't do it because like I wanted to play this job. I did it because someone was like, you know, play Black Mage, and I was like, "Okay." Like we're just chilling, you know. It's not like a super serious prog. Because then I would have went. If it was, I would have went like monk. You play Black Mage that much? No. It used to be the job that I played. I played the last time I played Black Mage like a lot was in Shadowbringers. So I like playing Black Mage, but I also like Black Mage is one of those jobs that did evolve in a sense over time that I became less of a fan of personally, but it's just because like I don't like when things change a lot for things. Like I'm like a person who would be, you know, still chill if like certain things just stay the way that they were forever, you know. So Black Mage was one of those jobs that just didn't have that moment happen to it, honestly. But yeah, like Black Mage used to have a timer with the casting thing, so like being able to maintain like your thing was like really tricky actually. So. But, you know, it's all for the betterment of the blah blah blah. So, one more PlayStation 2, then Kickdown was great. You know, a lot of jobs have gone through like a massive changes over their life cycle. Some of those changes like never needed to remain, but they did change. So, I do wish to some degree that they did stay, but I can understand also that like they, you know, they changed because of either like player feedback or something. So, yeah. Because like Black Mage is one of those jobs that was very like janky, but it was the jank was the thing that everyone like loved about it. So. Oh! To you are godlike. Owie. I don't know what happened. Someone had lightning. I didn't see it though. I think it was Jazzy, maybe. I've been winning so down. I think they should know now. I think they should know. What's up? Was there a payoff in the older Jabba station that should come back or not? Well, there is a big payoff that needs to come back. Yes, 100%. The payoff is that so here's what I will tell you. That was crazy to watch. So, a lot of jobs back in the day were very punishing if you basically messed up your rotation. There is not a lot of loss if you break your rotation, basically. So, like Black Mage is a prime example. If you, for some reason, at any point in time, break your timer, or like your spell fluidity, like you literally lose so much DPS as a Black Mage. Dragoon's positionals were very, very different in damage output, where like, but like same thing though, if you didn't do the actual positional like you're supposed to, then the positional actually like didn't even give you the opportunity to like press it for the damage output, basically. So like you got immensely punished for like not doing your thing. Yeah. So a lot of the things that they made, a lot of things that this game used to have that were like part of the rotational like difficulty just became like base kit. So it just naturally worked itself in. Now some of those things though were like a good change. Like certain things were like nice to have, you know, like they turned it into like a trait basically. But people would argue that some of those trait changes also like made the job easier to play. So yeah, it can definitely be like recognized in that kind of aspect basically. So like Enochian activates your ability to cast like your Fire 4, like your stuff, whatever, like your power output, whatever. That used to be a button, and the button was always automatically clipped. You couldn't weave it under any circumstances. The weave did not work at all for you, so you had to clip it in order for it to work. But to reduce the clip, you had to like press your like your thunder. But now it just automatically is like built in, so like you don't care that much about it, honestly. So yeah. But like, you know, the jank was not like fun to deal with to certain degrees, but like at the time it like made sense, so it wasn't like too big of an issue. So a lot of players, I think, at the higher level may argue that. So the thing is, like, there's not like a big difference between like there's not a big difference between jobs that like if you play a certain job and you're like at a certain skill level, the differentiation between that skill level and the job thing that you do is not like massive. So like two players that are playing the same job can basically look very much like that's the same, right? The only difference is like how ballsy are you to maintain uptime or not, right? So that's the big difference. But back in the day, though, there was a massive differentiation between actually playing certain jobs and like optimization and like button presses and activations, and so some of it is still there and like it exists, but it's very, very niche. So yeah, I remember damage variance with Sam was crazy before they added guaranteed crits and Madara and removed content. Yeah, so like the thing is that like a lot of the things back in the day were just you could easily break certain jobs, but the breaking thing was like part of the necessity of it too. So like for example, like tanking was a lot back then because tanks used to have two stances, and the stances were basically like a defense stance and offense stance. But the thing is that, like, because people, like, use the stupid-ass website to track their numbers, whatever, obviously a tank wants to be able to compete for their ability to, like, do good damage. But you can't use the defense stance because it naturally just decrease your attack power by 20%. And 20% is, like, a lot, you know? Some jobs back then used to have a thing that would nullify that attack power, but that was not something that people wanted to deal with. So in order to maintain the damage up for tanks specifically, all the jobs in the game had abilities that would actually reduce their enmity. And you had to learn how to actually, you know, use that stuff in order for it to, like, really matter and whatnot. So, but like I said, like, people just, you know, people didn't understand how to deal with that, actually. So they just didn't bother. And also like certain, and the things like too, like certain jobs back then were like really like not allowed. Like you could not play monk back then, and also you couldn't play paladin back then, and you couldn't play and like caster was trash. So like it was really bad actually. The best jobs back in the day was bard and machinist. Those jobs were number 1 and number 2 like literally. So the only reason like yeah. So it was kind of like a lot, honestly. Bonus being enemy control was a trial? Yeah. Like, a ninja that knew how to act... Because, like, ninjas had shirk before shirk was a shirk button for tanks. So... But that was one of the craziest things I'd ever seen. Yeah. Because, like, ninja was actually responsible for managing aggro back in the day. Do I have to... Oh, I have to do it earlier. Okay. So, like, a lot of kids don't understand that, like, ninja was like a support job back then. It had the best buff in the game. It had the best buff in the game, and it had, like, better aggro management than the tanks did. But the tanks, like, loved having a ninja because, like, they could focus more on their uptime damage stuff without having to worry about, like, stance stuff. So, having a ninja was, like, god tier. So... Oh, and then before during Gordius, and I got super burnt out. I feel that, honestly. Gordius was a lot. Like, Gordius was extensively so much to deal with at the time. So, I wasn't even, like, a real raider back then. Like I played it, but I suffered with Liquid for a very long time before I had a chance to get to the other one. So... but also, I only played Dragoon back then, too, so... From what I hear, Gordius is the 1.0 of 14 rating. Gordius was, like... Gordius was a broken raid tier. Like, it was so bad. Gordius, like... Okay, so... The dev team understood that, like, raiders were gonna exist in this game and play the video game, and, like, raiding was really, really big. But see, so it's funny because, like, people actually talk about what they would want to go back to in terms of content design, and, like, Heaven's Ward and Realm Reborn are bad examples, actually. Like, that's why, like, when it comes to the raiding experience, like, I actively put like ARR and Heaven's Ward towards the bottom. Like raiding in Heaven's Ward and Realm Reborn was like not good. So because like what is it? Because like the coil raids are still to this day some of the most unique raids in design of the entire game. And like they really could go back and design some of the raids that we had during Realm Reborn and bring them back again, but like I'm pretty sure like the dev team was like, yo, we're never ever going back to that time period, basically. So it was like insane. The whole reason the third A3 weapon ultimately exited is because it was needed to help kill the A3. Yes, it was insane. Like, oh shit. Wait, I couldn't get my thingy off. Damn it. Thornton was literally like okay, like what you have to understand is that like Alexander raids were like very bad. Like very bad. They were not worse than the coils, but they were very bad raids. Those raids were a problem back in the day, like a huge problem. So a lot of players that were trying to get into the raiding scene at 14, practically a lot of them actually quit solely because of Gordius. Like Gordius almost killed the player base immensely. It was really insane, actually. So, like, yeah, a lot of people did not play 14 because of Gordius alone, which sucks because like the raiding scene has definitely gotten better, but. The thing is, like, 14 back then also used to be, like, incredibly jank. Like, it was incredibly jank back then. So, and I know for sure that, like, a lot of people tend to, like, forget that, actually. So the ping too. Yeah, the ping also was like the ping is much better now than it was before, even without the plug-in stuff. Like, yo, the ping back then was so bad, and also the game was way slower. The animations were really slow, and like it was insane. So Lipnic was bad enough to be the opening boss in T despite having nothing to do with the story. You know. Yeah. The animations, a lot of the animations in this game got much faster over time. If you go back and watch, I can tell you this much, go back and watch 2.0 Warrior or 2.2 Warrior, like I remember Born Warrior, brother, Warrior was such a slow poke of a job with its GCDs. It was so insane. Healers were much worse. You know how like for Thunder and for Arrow for Red Mage is like a 5-second cast? Yo, Cure 2 used to be a 5-second cast. So, and you had to actively use that button too to keep people alive from certain tank bushes and whatnot too. So it was kind of like a lot. So this game has gotten much faster with time, for sure. I don't see any reason at all for Liquid to be there besides triggering PTSD to people who are most likely to be doing ultis. Well, there is like a lore thing behind it. I don't remember though. I haven't done the Alexander raids story in like so long. There is a reason for Liquid in Alexander's raid thingy. I do not remember it because it was a decade ago. So one thing I definitely don't miss is TP gen. You know what? Hot take. I'm not opposed to bringing back TP. Not because I miss TP. My current problem is simply put that if I'm playing a job that has MP but doesn't use MP, like that I don't like. Like I play Gunbreaker, for example, right? And like, you know, like the fact that I'm a Gunbreaker and I never ever use MP, like that actually is frustrating to me personally. I don't like that. I don't like what they've done with MP over time. So, like it feels good to see like the MP gauge and the HP gauge go up and down with like standardized gameplay. So it sucks that like a lot of jobs that just like, here's my thing. If you just take out the MP gauge for like a majority of jobs, then I'd be very cool with that, you know. But that's the problem. There's just no reason to, you know. So like MP also, like MP is not managed by any stats at all. Like MP's only managed by your ability to use like lucid dreaming on spam and like whatever. A lot of jobs don't even like use a lot of MP doesn't get used for any particular reason, you know. So like it's just there to keep you in check from like not over spamming like abilities or whatever. Like if you know if you're a healer and there's 7 dead players, like the MP's there to avoid you from rezzing all 7 players at once, you know what I mean? And like that's really it though. So yeah, it's very generic into its usage, which kind of sucks actually. So they could use MP for cartridges and combos and like, yeah, for sure. Even if it was like aesthetic. Like if the MP usage was just cosmetic, I'd be cool with that too. I just want my MP to be like used basically. So so it doesn't sit well with me that I just like it doesn't have a thing of any kind of purpose. So, and like when you think about it too, like what there's only like what is it? All four healers, summoner, red mage, picto. There's only 7 jobs that like actually also because like paladin and dark knight. So there's only 9 jobs that like actually care about MP usage. But even then, like not really though. Actually, I take out Paladin because Paladin doesn't need MP like either. So like, so it's really tough to figure out like exactly what is what's the point of like MP, you know? if MP had like a niche use, then it'd be really cool. But a lot of it is very like aesthetic, which feels like kind of bad. So, yeah. So again, like in truth, my hope is like whatever the plan is for the what's the title screen? That's Endwalker. That's just Endwalker from like yeah. So yeah, my hope is that like whatever is the plan for 8.0, I just hope that they just do a thing that just makes sense and like feels good, basically. Like I don't need them to like fix everything. I just need for a lot of it to like make sense. How do you do that? In the settings. So I would love for the more magical flares like Dragonfire Dive and whatnot to cost MP. Yeah, you know, like honestly, if Dragonfire Dive was a button you press every 2 minutes, but the potency increases when your gauge is max and it just dumps the MP. And again, like it still feels just cosmetic. Again, like I'm perfectly okay with that because I do like the idea that the cosmetic appearance and functionality of things is there. Like I would like for Reaper, same thing. Like if Reaper had a reason for it to spend gauge, like yo, Reaper has magic spells technically, and it doesn't use MP. Like that's kind of ass backwards. You know what I mean? But yeah, you change it in system configurations. You go to other settings, and then down here you can pick your expansion, and you can't randomize it, which sucks. I wish you can randomize it, but you can't randomize it. So why are you just like a middle cool class clown? Yo, because I'm a goofball. What's up? I don't want job expressionisms. I think a lot of people want that. So, you know, that makes sense. So like my thing is like, again, so like I said before, one of the biggest challenges that this game has right now for a lot of Raider players is that like, you know, the whole mentality of like, if you know how to play one job, you know how to play them all. Or like if, so when you can do that, like mid Endwalker. It's been around for like a couple of years now already at this point. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, I think realistically, yeah, I do think a lot of people do want like the increase of, because again, like if you play a certain job, and you have a friend who also plays that job, you like both of your rotations and your openers are a exact match. I think a lot of people want that to be differentiated in some case scenario. I hear myself twice. It's my queen. It's my queen. Hi, Jazzy. Hello, queen. How are you? You're so goated. I don't know about that. Thank you though for having me for. It's funny because I don't know if anybody noticed I was playing Black Mage, so it's kind of like a win in my book, you know. What's up, Chungus? Hi, Nina. Hope you guys had a fantastic UCobbbbb day today. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I was just playing me some Black Mage, you know. All right. Like, what am I supposed to do about this? It's one of the only goat. It's one and only goat session. Hi, Ari. How's it going? How's it going? Yeah. Hi, Miggy. Ugh. What's up, Popcorn? How y'all all doing today? Yeah. Also, I bring you guys Bun Boy.
A potato flew around my room before you came.
I offer you Bun Boy, and I offer you Yan. Bun Boy's too powerful. You know.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
My life alert is in the bedroom. Don't ask why, but it's over there. Okay. Also, I'm currently being held against my will. There's a creature that's nearby. I know. So I'm just trying to stay as calm as possible because if it turns and looks at me, then like GG, you know what I'm saying?
Ah! Stop! I could have dropped my croissant.
Stop trying to provoke him.
And his name is John C.
Oh my God! Oh Jesus!
Can okay. All right. It's time. Dude, I haven't seen that redeem. I haven't seen that redeem in so long. Stop with the hello. I'm just trying to talk to the people. All right, my bad. Fair enough. Have a good day. All right, I'll see you guys all, you know, at FanFest or something like that.
What?
I said I'll see you at FanFest. Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? No, because there's a carrot in there instead.
Nope.
Wonderful. That Bumble looks good. My eyes are up here. Or down. My eyes are over here. Don't look at him. Even though that's technically me. You know what I mean? Hit my man. That's my guy right there. I was trying to figure out what like thing can I say, but I can like, what the f? You ever like? All right. Okay. Anyways, so Austin, I hope you're having a fantastic evening. You know. You can thank Jazzy for Sesh mentality. By the way, that was a her thing. She said, "Session, can you make the thing of a cactuar and then like send me that?" And I said, "Sure." And then I had a better idea. I turned it into a boom, and then, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's lore. That's actually like real lore. I love the redeems. Listen, I'm not Nina, thank you for the gifted sub to Jazzy. Put that cookie down, okay? Sesh hates me, by the way? What the f you mean? I got nothing but love for everyone. Thank you for the gifted sub to Boston as well. He thinks I'm annoying? No. I've never said that to anybody. I don't think anybody's like annoying. The only thing that's annoying is like a gnat. You ever have like a hello? You have like a gnat like flying around and then you see it kind of like moving around. You're just like, you know what I mean? Like, dude, flying bugs are annoying. He lies. He said it to me yesterday. What? What the f? There's no evidence that I said that anybody's annoying yesterday. There's no evidence. What do you mean? There's absolutely no evidence that actually confirms anything about what everybody is talking about. That's my goat? Don't piss off my Yan. Sesh refuses to join groups I'm in because he thinks I'm smelly. Sniffer? Okay, first of all, everyone...
Yeah, boy.
First of all, I tell everyone all the time that I'm kidnappable regardless of like whatever that it is. I make this clear to everyone. All the time. Everyone is just afraid of me for some reason. But like, look at me. Do I look like I'm scary looking? Apparently. No, I bet I'm blocked on Discord too. What the f? Yeah. No?
Yeah, boy.
I mean, yes. I'm the most like golden retriever, like, you know, teddy bear energy like ever. Why on earth would you be afraid of me? There's just no shot, actually. Right? Like, there's no shot? What would I ever do to like a deserve a situation, actually? Since it's DMing you to kidnap and say, if you say no, I will cry. Okay, but like time and place, you know? If you try and kidnap me at 4 in the morning on a Friday night while I'm like over here in like a, okay. Like, maybe I'm not going to respond to that chat. Bullying Sessiion with his own redeems makes me laugh so much. LMAO, it's almost 1 a.m. Look, I'm being kidnapped against my will already. Session's easy to kidnap. Watch. What the fuck? Arm of the Sun? This better be your weekly for the Mog thing. Right? I like... I mean, I'm in here. I didn't even get to change my job. I'm a Reaper. My nails are white. Why the hell else would I be in here? Maybe you like hanging out with... me. How you doing tonight? I'm doing fantastic. Nina's laughing at the timing. I got raided by one of my beautiful queens in the universe. The husband's also here, just enjoying life as it is. Chat's beautiful, and Timmy's here. You know what I mean? Thank God you're a bun boy now and not. Okay, see, so now. You can't like talk about like my bun boy versus like my girl and then expect me to pull up to like a thing now. You do realize that I have like a preference, right? I would rather play my girl character any day of the week. The only reason why I changed to a bun boy was because someone said, "Hey Sesh, can you be a bun boy until the ultimate releases?" And I said, I'll consider it. They gave me 2 million gil. And then they were like, and then I said, okay, yeah, sure. I would change back to a like a Highlander in a heartbeat. Bun is so cute. My bun boy never gets hit on by anybody. So, you know what I mean? I don't know what you mean by this. But alas, bun boy who has melanin is actually so nice. Highlander snooze. Your chat likes your bunny. The audacity is crazy. This guy has to be a basic unk? Yo, I'm not a basic unk, okay? I will allow being called like an unk, but I'm not like a basic unk. I like certain things. You know what I mean? I see the scheme emote, and I now have to ask chat. Everyone likes my bun boy, for whatever reason. You know what I mean? Like, what am I supposed to do by the situation, actually? Your bun is so much better than the Highlander. Slay. I feel like the audacity is like wild. Yippee, High Queen. Facts, it's because he reflects you. Heathen. Hello? Everyone act cool. We got raided by the queen, and she's gonna definitely like keep an eye on the bun boy right now. How's it going, Farah? Thank you so much for having me today for some UCobbbbb. I hope you had a fantastic time. I'm currently being you know, everyone's looking at, you know, yeah. Join me in the Netherlands. I do not accept Thailander slander. There you go. I'm looking at your bun boy respectfully. I got nothing for you. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Thank you for Cobb. Oh yeah, for sure. I hope you had a fantastic time. Seeing Heaven's Fall is like very good for like a de-roasting. You know what I mean? So that's good. You're all definitely like shooing to get the clear for sure. So yeah. Look disrespectfully. It's what he was designed for. What the f? In whose world is this a situation? Not mine. You said to look disrespectfully? Explain that. What exactly are you looking at? You know what? Don't even tell me. I don't want to know. Bun is just better. They can't handle Highlander Pillar Man physique. Cleared soon. Hell yeah. I said pan down. I'm not panning down. What the f do you mean pan down? What the f? Yo, this is wild, man. Let me object. You can't object. Keeping my thoughts to myself, thank you. Man, I'm about to change this tonight. Everyone's gonna run away from me though if I do this. So I mean, yo, whatever. Filament Pasikas enemy. Listen, I don't. What the f? Man, I don't even have like my don't hate the player, hate the game. I hate that my glams are all set up for my girl and I have not yet taken the time to set up glams for my guy. I must go to bed. I got as far as phase 2 enumeration and my tea go. Damn, I can't process any more tea. My brain's burning. I'm proud of you though for getting this far. So thank you for hanging out with us and hanging out with Farah and Jazzy. So love you so much, Nina. We see you very, very soon. You know what I'm saying? So fire. Yeah, and I'm gonna massive shout out to Nina. She's also a streamer. She has a lot of study sessions in the morning of streaming, and she like sits there and reads or works or something. I have no idea. But yeah, dude is very much a pretty boy. Man, I ain't asked for this audacity. It's freaking crazy, actually. Can I get like a good song that's not about to get the people going crazy? I had to say something. I had to say something. All right, whatever. This is so not in my favor, actually. Did a 3-man Pillarman glam for one of the FC events back in Shadowbring.
Nighttime. Daytime. Nighttime. Daytime. Nighttime.
Where's my fucking duct? Oh, Lord. I'm going to go to bed soon. Wake up early for more chores. Good night, Queen. Rest well, sweet dreams. Great job today in some UCobb. So proud of you for playing some fantastic summoner. Definitely blame me for all the times that killing hit you with the thing, because it was totally my fault, you know what I mean? So everyone has to go follow Farah, give her your Prime sub, make sure that when you see her, you tell her she's beautiful, and then I need everyone to remember that at FanFest, she's gonna get like a dozen purple roses, okay? Just remember that. Don't ask me how or why or when, but just know that it's gonna happen, okay? All right, wonderful talk. But that being said, though, have a good night, Queen. Take care of yourself, of course, please. And I thank you. All right, and for those who don't know me, I think you got the gist already, right? Some old man who like has a bun boy that looks really hot, apparently, and like has a cat that's like an animal that no one cares about, and like a A6. Yeah, it's part of the it's part of somebody's weekly challenge for this week for the ultimate. So Spooky was like, Session's easily kidnappable, watch this, and then she invited me, and then like, yo, I'm just here. So I didn't want to like be proven that that was like a real situation, but apparently it was proven that it's like a real situation. So Spooky ain't telling no lies. Apparently so. Even though she definitely was supposed to let me sit here and like yap a bit, you know, so I can kidnap you and escort me through M10S as a melee then. I'm not gonna necessarily say no, but I mean, you know what I mean? So listen, I'm always doing content, you know what I mean? That's the simplest answer that I can give you. 9 times out of 10, if I'm playing this game, we're doing something. I can't tell you what it is, but you know, there is something being done in game that involves like my blah blah blah. That's not What? Okay. Yeah. Turns out I need a lot more practice in MISS melee still. I wouldn't have mind having someone mentoring. Sure. I mean, you know, I'm not opposed to being able to like sit there and figure out what you might be looking into for your rotation. So, but also the thing is, like, I would also end up needing or wanting that practice. Like, I always emphasize it that like being able to practice in content is always like super helpful and critical. It's actually like really important that if you're gonna try and do any kind of content in this game, that like you actually practice your stuff. So it's not frequent that people actually practice, you know? Like we talked about this like a bunch of times. So but a lot of people don't practice. And people will always say like, yes I do, and then you like put them to the test. And then you're like, okay, cool, let's see your practice in action. And then they don't look like they practice, you know what I mean? It kinda like it depends. So not easy to practice everything you have a static, to be fair. No, I mean, I don't have a static and I practice all the time. So, yeah, I practice all the time. When I, you know, all you literally gotta do is just go into practice progs. Like just join prog parties. I join prog parties all the time, especially in ultimates. I don't just simply go into like a reclear clear thing. I easily will be found in a whatchamacallit. You'll catch me joining any prog point parties anytime. If there's like an ultimate that I'm like, oh, I want to play this ultimate, and it's like a job that I'm not like used to, I'm playing the job in the ultimate. Like it's very frequent. So, do you have any runs you wouldn't mind taking into FF analysis? Well, the thing is that I don't often look at my own analysis page, whatever. But like I don't look at my own page. I'll look at other people's pages, not because like because I'd like to, but more so because like people ask me to, and like I'll respect what they ask for. But yeah, I don't like whenever I raid under any situation, I don't plug my polls into analysis and start taking notes. I don't do that. Like I really don't. I never open that page ever. The only time I ever use analysis is when someone asks me to look at their analysis. I never look at my own analysis. I'm not because like it's not because what I'm doing is correct or perfect or whatever. I can't be bothered. You know, I feel overwhelmed. I want to know how to best use a tool. I mean, that can be easily like looked into. You know. Yeah, I can definitely explain to you what to keep an eye out for when it comes to like analysis. But even then too, like I'm probably still not going to be like the most consistent for like the situation. Did you make me the party leader? What the f? Okay, sure, I guess it's something of that nature. But yeah, you know. Carry on then. Here, let me actually do you I'll do you a solid justice right here, right now. And now it's midnight. I'm heading to bed. Good night, Yummy. Take care. Rest well. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I appreciate you. You know. So you have a fantastic night. Here, let me go grab like one of my runs or something from like a fight thingy, and I'll sit here and I'll analyze my own log with you. So. I'm trying to think about like which one's like a good one to look into. Let's do like M10 and then okay here. FFXIV analysis. Like everyone's going to bed somewhere early. Honestly, I kind of feel that actually. I don't know. Bed would be nice to kind of go into, but I mean, I'm not going to bed right away, but you know. Okay, so here's my here's my analysis for my character and doing M10. Okay, so this is like one of my my runs from M10. So the checkmark stuff is obviously the things you have to like keep in mind of most of the time, right? So like it's just helpful to understand what's expected and kind of what you work around with, right? So might always be like 97% is very good. It's not possible to ever hit a 100. The general number you want to hit is like the correct number for this a check mark is a 99. But like the job also, if the fight isn't busy enough to allow you the opportunity of like doing the thing, then you might not get to 99 either, right? So in M10, there's like a part where the bosses like fly away and then they do the Kaleido thing and then they explode. Like my 99% goes down to 97 because of that moment. Because like I run to the wall and then I just stand there. And so if you are doing stuff during that, like you have to do attacks or like spells, you can't just like move around. Moving around doesn't count as like always be casting, right? The always be casting thing is implied that you're pressing buttons. So if I was pressing buttons, then my 97 would go up as a result of that. But like I don't do that, right? Continuation skills is important because like you're playing Gunbreaker, right? Cartridge usage is like, you know, I missed 3 usages of Fated Circle versus like my Burst Strike. The reason for why this happened was because like the boss probably died very early and I had extra cartridges, right? Like that could possibly happen. So normally the checklist helps you understand what you're going through from the beginning to the end of the fight, right? But again, sometimes you have to like take this into small consideration. I wouldn't look at this like immensely because like when I show you the parse number that I have, you're gonna be like, oh, why is the number like this if you have all of these like issues, right? So my dad's in South Korea sending me pictures of DBZ figurines. I asked if he had 14 merch and he said yeah. Oh my gosh, send all the pictures ASAP. Absolutely though, right? So like, you know, here's some suggestions, right? It's like, hey, like certain usages of No Mercy, you got to use like your Sonic Break, your Gnashing Fang combo. You know, this is going to be problematic though, because again, like a fight like M10, like how you use certain buttons is very, very particular, right? So see, look, so this is what you can kind of understand, right? So up here, I had 52 usages out of 55 for my cartridges, and then down here, it actually tells you that hey, you ended the fight with 3 cartridges remaining, and the reason why is because like literally the boss died quickly during this pull. Like I couldn't use those cartridges, right? So yeah. I'm just impressed with the 90s that float around 70, 80. It just depends on what it is though. So it just really depends on what job you're playing. So yeah, you know. I have my GCD 2.5. I use a total of 2 lightning shots. There's a specific reason for why that could be the case scenario, right? Because the way the fight design is. I had downtime during certain parts because this probably happened because of like me getting like a bad luck thing. This specific thing is because I had the you know how the boss does the 4 tethers to people, and you go to the corner, then the wall, then the middle, then the thing. I had the first one. That's what that is, right? This was a ghost. You know, things like that. So like being able to figure out the GCD the downtime thing, if eventually like these will accumulate with time, but again, some of these are out of your control because of the way how the fight's designed, right? So that's kind of like the challenge that comes into play, right? So like a lot of these are going to look very problematic because of the way that, you know, how much time is being spent between like my button presses and whatever that it is. But again, some of the fights actually like force you to have to deal with this. You can still perfect it if you try, but you got to really like know like whatever that it is, right? My defenses are nearly perfect, right, for the most part, right? So like I use my Invuln, I use like my Nebula when I could, my Hard Light's really good, my Corundum is like, you know, there's extra usages you can put, but like, you know, a lot of these are just kind of like they make a lot of sense, right? So this doesn't look good, but you'll understand that like the usage of this is not necessarily indicative, mostly because like I could use these buttons a lot more frequently during like the phase with the bubble, but like I don't, because like why would I? I'm a tank, like who cares, right? Right, and you exactly, like you don't always need mid, but there are ways to like, you know, because basically the analysis actually it understands the timing on like how many total uses can you press the button, right? So like Great Nebula is a 2-minute button. So because the fight was 10 minutes long, I can fit 5 uses in that fight for it being 10 minutes long. But the thing is, like, some of the moments that I actually need my mitigation, like for this button to be 2 minutes long, like I don't ever gotta press it. So it's gonna include that in here. So even if it doesn't give you like a full indicator on like how often you press whatever, like sometimes you just don't gotta really think that much about it, right? You're supposed to figure out how to make yourself be comfortable in the process of doing the content, right? So see, so like, and then this is the most important thing, I think. This will actually indicate your burst windows, and you're supposed to be able to have as many of the greens as possible. Having the reds is technically bad, right? But again, like a lot of those things will be very dependent, you know? So it calls out like, hey, you know, you're missing like a bunch of buttons here for like a bunch of different reasons. Right? So a lot of that kind of ties into things too. You know, so it'll actually give you the indicator on like when this becomes like an issue in like certain places. So, you know, like it really depends. So, and then here you can see the timeline, and the timeline actually gives you a full, the timeline gives you a full breakdown from when you first press a button all the way through the entire thing of the fight, and see like what you press what, where, and how. So when there's breaks in between certain parts of the fight, you can actually use that as a way to figure out like, you know, like what's happening. Like the ammo thing here is my cartridges for my, like my gunbreaker, right? So when I press my Bloodfest, it'll go from 1 to, or from 3 to 6, right? So you can use the timeline. I think the timeline is the most important part of analysis, because you can actually see button for button what you press when, where, and how. And like when you cross analyze the timeline to the suggestions and the checklist, it'll actually tell you in the checklist like how many buttons you missed pressing, right? The suggestions will tell you like, oh, you can put this many buttons in this thing. The always be casting is helpful because it'll tell you like, you know, the timing being spent in the timeline. And then same thing with the windows. In the windows, you can actually see like, okay, if I go to 4 minutes and 7 seconds, like look at the timeline, you can just it's on the bottom, right? You go to 4 minutes and then 7 seconds, right? So you can look at this particular section here and figure out like what button was technically missing in the process and like actually do your thing, right? So now you're looking at all this too, and your answer, you're gonna be like, yo, like if Sessiion had all these like small little errors and like these GCD issues and like and all this whatever, like what number did he get, brother? Like when you want to compare and like figure it out for yourself, right? You see what I'm saying? So like sometimes when you look at analysis, it's a lot easier. Just you don't even got to open this sometimes. All you got to do is look at this number and figure out how high or low it is, and figure out if what you did was very good, very greedy, very bad, or like could be used for improvement, right? So can I improve this number? Absolutely. But like how much more do I gotta actually improve it? You know what I mean? Because a 99 usually is indicative of like your you know, like your like a luck factor, or like you know how to really maximize like your efficiency of like your button presses, and you somewhat take advantage of like how your team buffs, right? So like for example, having a scholar on the team means that in M10 there's 2 bosses, and only the chain stratagem buff can go on one of those 2 bosses, right? So whichever boss gets the chain, you basically got to put all of your time and button presses on that particular boss, regardless of where it's at. Now, it helps though, because there's 2 bosses that they're close together. So like if Red Hot has the chain, then you hit Red Hot. But also if Deep Blue is close, then hitting both of them is important because of uptime. But you still got to hit Red Hot more importantly than Deep Blue. So if you can't hit both of them, then you hit whoever has the chain. But if you can't hit both of them, then you hit both of them, but you put all your effort primarily on the one that has a chain. You know what I mean? Fill up the damage. Well, the damage leveling out isn't like it doesn't matter. What matters is like when you're doing the fight, what's helpful to understand is like how much can you actually manipulate what the bosses can do during the fight in its entirety. See, so like what a lot of people just don't know is like the bosses can be put together on top of each other very, very frequently. So if a player, like for it, like, I mean, I'm gonna use the monk as an example. If the monk doesn't know how to deal with the situation where the two tanks put the bosses together because they're so used to the bosses being separated, well, then that player has no idea how to actually optimize that moment because they're just not used to having the tanks be together during a part where they can be together, right? So leveling out the damage is only going to be indicative of like how can you work with your team to actually like allow it to do its thing. Because when the boss's HPs get like evened out, that's irrelevant. Like you don't care about that at all. It would only be important if like if they had a hands of pain mechanic, aka like if the boss's HP is much higher than another and they like teeter too much, like you die. They don't do that in this fight. So like you literally need to have the tanks, if your tanks are smart, understand how they can keep the two bosses together the entire time, that you just sit there and you send everything at them if you have to, because not every job has that like opportunity, right? Like for example, like Samurai doesn't have to do that. Like Samurai can only focus on one target if they need to, but you have a dot that lasts forever. So putting the dot on both targets is very good, but most of your buttons will only be focused on hitting one person, and like that's fine. But you do have certain buttons that do hit more than once, so it just helps. More opportunities to clear more better for performance. Yes, 100%. Well, but that's only specific to M10 though, right? The gimmick that M10 has is that there are two bosses, and you can increase your damage by hitting both of them. But a lot of people don't think that that's a necessity because like the boss can be killed even if you don't do that. But if you want the funny number, then like, yeah, you want to figure out how you can hit both of them the whole time. I want to tell you, there was a tank that used 0 ramparts and 0 prizes the entirety of M10S. See, so like that's illegal. Using 0 is very bad. And here, I'm gonna point you at the direction of this person. So you see this here. This is a prime example of like somebody who's probably playing it either overly safe or just doesn't have the comfort figured out for their own play because of the errors that come in from the other player base. Because healing is much harder to fulfill the checklist for. But there's also certain things that make no sense in terms of the checklist either when it comes to healing. So some of that also can come into play. So an 83% cast time for this is like 83% is not necessarily, well, like, okay, if you go look at their number, because I don't know what they have, so like what do they have? Okay, they have 29, so 29. So the 29 does play into that 83 for sure, it does, right? But what really plays into the 29 is this overhealing. A 43% overheal is like very, very bad. 47% of their GCD heals attributes to like the total out of what they've been spending on, and then also like same thing with like healing over times from GCD spells too. This means that they use a lot of Medica 3s instead of like letting the natural regen tick, you know? Yeah, 40% overheal on white mage isn't bad. It's not bad, but like the thing is like when you go and scroll through, I mean that dot timing is horrendous because there's 2 targets, but anyways, what you're going to need to look at is the suggestions for healers. The suggestions thing for the healers is like stupid powerful and helpful. But here's why, right? So like, let's start off with like the asylum. See, so like using asylum frequently as a healer is very helpful. So they only, in the entire fight, the fight was how long? Almost 9 minutes. They only used this button that's 60 seconds long, or 90 seconds rather, 2 times out of 6. Like you could have used this button. Is it 90? No, I feel like it's 60. I don't know. Anyways, like you could have pressed this button 6 times. They only pressed it twice. See, and there you have it. 2 uses of asylum is crazy. Absolutely. 7 uses out of 9 was missing for Aquaveil. Aquaveil is a super powerful mitigation button for white mage to put on a tank. It's 90s. Okay, that makes more sense actually. I thought it was 60s, but whatever. I know Planary is 60, but I thought Asylum was, because isn't I thought, I don't know. It's whatever. I was thinking like collective unconscious and that in collective, but like, or collective and celestial. Because those are 60, and so it's horoscope. Yeah. Okay. But like this white mage only pressed Aquaveil 2 times out of 9. Like they missed 7 uses of this button. That's also very bad. Divine Benison is the biggest one. 15 usages are missing out of a possible 19. This button just sat there, never getting pressed. And this is actually one of the most like critical buttons for a white mage to be pressing. Because you have 2 uses of this that you can press whenever the hell you feel like it. 9 times out of 10, you can use one on a tank and then keep the other one in your pocket for yourself in case. And Aquaveil, like same thing, but you know what I mean? Yeah, so it's really bad actually. This person used you know, they used the lily and like lost the lily from the process, right? They wasted 1 lily, which is like whatever. I mean, it's not good, but like it's whatever. Right. So now you can come in here and figure out their potion window usage, right? They used one size, which is good. They didn't use the size at all during the potion, during the bubble part. They used 2 dots, which is good. They used 3 dots, which is interesting. And then they missed a glare 4. And there's no lily here. Like, you see what I'm saying? So like I said, in a moment. They never ever used thin air, and thin air is critical because like thin air helps a healer, or it helps a white mage avoid like losing MP when they know for sure they have to press Medica 3 or Cure 3. Like if you know you have to press Medica 3 or Cure 3, then you absolutely save thin air for that. Otherwise, like yeah, like you can kind of survive without ever pressing thin air, but like if there's any point in time that you're gonna try and press Medica 3, you should absolutely put this into like your rotation, you know. So yeah. Now here's where we get into like the nitty gritty, right? So, Medica 3 overheal is like something they put regen. So there is a moment where they pressed regen on a healer as a healer. You never do that. Like they press it 6 times. Like you never ever press regen on anybody ever in a raid unless it's like a downtime situation, right? And then the defensives here is like a big one too, right? They press temperance, which is good. Playing area a bunch of times good. This is unacceptable. This is very bad. That's very bad. That's like not ideal, but like, you know, whatever. See, like that's a problem. That's a problem, right? So a lot of times you just have to understand like healing in this game, the challenge of healing in this game is understanding what is expected of the party and how they deal with certain parts of mechanics. Because sometimes, like, as a healer, there are certain moments where mitigation is just out of your control. Like, even if you play, like, Scholar. Like, you press the right buttons for your Scholar thing and people still die. If they're missing mitigation, that's a them problem, right? Like, it's not always your fault. So sometimes it's, like, plays into it. So, what the hell is this? Who's this? Anyways. Oh. Is it what making you blind statics? Oh, I see. Why am I looking at this? I mean, there's better dot uptime here. Just a little gander. Okay. Overall 4% over healing, which is like fine. Direct healing 0% is a choice. 3 uses were not used correctly in the pot window. 17 lilies over cap wasted. Okay. That's scary. 5 cast interrupted. 5 out of 7 in Asylum. They never used Aquaveil in the fight. They only used Benison twice out of 22 uses. They didn't use Temperance 5 times. They used it twice. They refreshed their dot frequently. They used, what was it, 5 temperance? I'm guessing 5 temperance. No, they used 2 temperance, and out of one of those 2 temperances, only used divine caress. 2.37. Downtime is a situation. There's no pot window with the a size. They use thin air frequently. You know, there you go. So you know, that's cool. They use Medica 3 here, Medica 3, Medica 3, Medica 3. What is this? They used for the res. This is for res. You know, so they use Medica 1. That's very bad. You know, they use regen 12 times. That's very bad. 2 charges is like okay, I guess. And you know what I mean. So they say besides only for healing. Okay, and this is a person in your blind static. Oh, okay. So yeah. The biggest thing that you can always look at is yeah, that's literally 5. That's like 5 afflatus miseries and 2 lilies. It's crazy. The biggest thing you can look at is your suggestions. Suggestions will tell you how many of these buttons that you don't press that can fit inside of your thing, and you just basically have to figure out how to increase the usage of that button. If you're going through a fight and you're like, I have no idea, it doesn't matter. Even if it gets wasted, just use it. If the tanks are healthy and there's not much damage going out, but you have 2 charges of Divine Benison, just throw one out. You know, that's like a rule that it's helpful for like white mages to keep in mind of. But again, like, is it a requirement? Like, not necessarily. But if I play white mage, 9 times out of 10, I will throw a Benison at a tank. If it gets used, wonderful. If not, whatever, right? But I'm using this button. So, yeah. Plan for a water jail. I mean, I'm not going to be judgmental about this. So it is what it is. Are they new? Let's see. Are they new? They did whatchamacallit? They did light heavyweight. No Fru. No ultimate for the current expansion. They did Doom Train. They didn't do Unreal, right? So in Endwalker they did up to Themis as white mage as well. So here's the other thing I'll tell you. So the other thing is too is like, see how these numbers, this is from Endwalker, right? So this person has been playing white mage also during Endwalker into Dawntrail, and there's a problem that you kind of sort of have to understand, that you don't even have to look at analysis to notice what's happening here, because in analysis you can get the real details about like what's going on, but just by simply looking at the you know, the median average here and then their best average, right? Like just take mental note, right? Like 17.5, 9.4, okay, 16.7, 11.9. They did worse in Abyssos, and in Basios they did even worse, right? Now when we go to Dawntrail, right, they actually did like a little bit better, but still not better than how they did the first tier, right? Then we go through here, and like, you see how the number isn't going up like frequently, right? Like the number stays at like between like 11 to like 14, right? and like they have a 24, but like, but that doesn't matter because like they haven't gone through the rest of the thing, right? So the problem is that like if this number doesn't naturally increase by like a color schema, then that player is not improving. They're just playing the game. Because the thing is, right, like even if they don't improve, what happens is the content's getting cleared regardless of whether or not they improve or not, right? So what you're supposed to do is be able to look at this number between each patch of content go up with time. If it doesn't go up with time, then you're not getting better as a player. You know, look at your track record. So, you know, so like, see, so like here, 46.3, right? Acknowledge. Median at 19.5. That's all the clears in general, right? So this median is like, you know, okay, you know, like a starter. Then they got better, right? Then we go to here and, you know, not worse, but like a lot, like not like much worse, but like, you know what I mean? But still though, like the number went up from the first rates here. Now the problem you can run into is that like since you're able to finish this race here with this number, if this number goes down immensely back to like this number, then something wasn't good. Either this tier was really bad, or like you were getting better and then you took a break and you came back and you got worse, right? I mean, I will use me as an example because like what the hell not, right? So, oh my god, look at that. Right, so like boom, here's my number, right? Situation, come into here, boom, get better, right? Come into here, boom, get better, right? And that's with one character. When you go back into my other expansions, like you see what I'm saying? So like that was a bad run for me with the NBCS, right? Because I was playing with friends, I was like raiding, whatever, but then like, you know, the number was good for this part. Right, come down here, and then you see, you know, so now you get like at least some kind of an idea of like what I was doing when I was playing content, whatever that I was doing, blah, 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 right? Like that median number though, this number is the one that I would more frequently pay attention to, but it also depends because like sometimes there's moments where like I'm playing a job and like I get killed and like it wasn't my fault. You know what I mean? So like, you know, if we switch over to the other character also like that, this also comes into play too, right? But then the crazy part is that like some of these numbers are even better than like my numbers prior and my other character. You know what I'm saying? Like for example, earlier today we did Tyrant, right? And like that number affects like my average. And the only reason why I got this number was because I got killed because like, you know what I mean? Like I have a death in this party. But so there's a bunch of other people too, right? And then we use healer LB3 to recover, then we killed the boss, and like it is what it is. So what you're supposed to do is figure out like you have to learn to accept if the number you got is justified because of what the content was. But if you sit there and like grovel over the death you got in the number, then like you don't really become content with yourself, right? Like I should be mad that I got killed because this death here for this number was not my fault. Like I just didn't get healed by the healer, but also like somebody missed the tower during the Buster part during Eclectic. So there was a giant bleed happening during all that stuff, and then like a bunch of people died, and then you know, we had to healer LB3, right? So if you can learn to accept that like this number is like a number that you can get, but you know that this is like a fluke number, then like it's not that big of a deal, right? The same thing happened in my Fru clear. Like when I cleared in my Fru clear, right? Like my first clear ever, right? Like where is it? Was it? No, here it is. In this clear, like I died, right? I died in this clear, but this clear was not, this death wasn't my fault. And I know this because I remember exactly how I died, and I was like, man, that's a bummer. But like a clear is a clear, right? At least because like again, like I got better with time, and I can tell you exactly how I died because I won't forget it. It was during polarizing. I don't even gotta look it up. I can just tell you. I died during polarizing because I took my hit. The melee was late, and then I took their hit, so that's what got me killed. So if you think I'm lying, then Cruel Path of Darkness is literally polarizing during phase 5 versus Pandora, right? So that's exactly what killed me. But that wasn't my fault because like I said, like I got hit by the I got hit in the face by the thing because the other person messed up. And they apologized too for the mistake too. And you can easily tell who did it because one melee's damage is much lower than the other in terms of the funding number, right? So you'll understand that if you can understand for yourself that like the number you got and like accept it, then you also know that there's just room for improvement. A lot of people just don't do that, you know? So it helps. It does help to be able to at least read like whatever you're supposed to be doing, but also like there's just certain buttons you should know if you play a job that under no circumstances you ever press, right? And a lot of those buttons are like very, very, very obvious. So for Paladin, for example, really quick, easy answer, like my shield lob, this button is garbage. Under no circumstances can you ever press that button, right? Because you have a better button called Holy Spirit. And there's never a niche moment anywhere at all. Like you never ever press that button. So what happens is if you ever see a player press that button, then like whatever that button is being used for the downtime thing or whatever the hell that it is just incorrect. Under whatever, it doesn't matter what the case scenario is. You're never ever like supposed to press that shit. But yo, people do, you know? Same thing with clemency. Like this button you never press in the middle of the content thing unless like you're either dying or there's downtime. But pressing that button don't feel good because like it doesn't do damage, right? So some of those things like people have to learn how to see for themselves. But unfortunately people don't do that. So anyways, again, I'm by no means like the best player out there, but like I said, I don't ever kill the boss and then immediately plug it into analysis and figure out how to improve. I don't do that at all. I don't care enough. Should I? I mean, if I was hardcore enough, then like, yeah, sure. But like, I really don't though. Like I'm so serious. I never open that page, ever. And there's no reason for it either. There's no pride. There's no like, you know, like nothing. Because most of the time also like that number just like people just upload the run whether I want them or not, and I'm just kind of like, yo, like whatever. So like it doesn't do me any like negative or positive justice. Like I'm just kind of indifferent to it. So but like I said, you gotta like learn to be content with your skill level. But you can't like one second, I'm over here looking at something. You can't look at yourself in the mirror and tell yourself you're the best person, whatever, when it's very clearly obvious that there's somebody out there that's better than you. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, a lot of people do that. A lot of people walk around as if they're the best players in the entire game, and then they sit there and complain about other people's problems, and then whatever the hell that it is. And unfortunately, that's just like the way that people's personalities are. So most of the time, if I ever like express frustration in this game, most of the time it has nothing to do with my uptime or like my downtime or nothing. It has everything to do with somebody's ability to be consistent and actually like execute mechanics and follow etiquette. Because unfortunately there's an etiquette in this game that is very loosely followed. Right? Like if you're doing like a raid, like a Savage raid, you always count down, right? Or like an ultimate, you always count down, that sort of thing. Some people will just not even give a crap, you know? Or like, you know, there's a whole like you pull, you tank mentality like in dungeons, right? That's not like an actual etiquette that people follow, but you know, if you try to be respectful because like you understand that the contents doesn't require you to like go sweaty mode, then like, yeah, you know, you're just chilling. So if I go into a dungeon and I'm not playing tank, like I'm cool with just waiting for the tank to pull. I don't pull ahead of the tank like ever. And then if I do, then like, you know, I follow the same rules that everyone else follows, where like you pull the thing and then you bring the mobs like to the tank and let them like aggro it. But I don't ever pop my sprint and go grab all the crap and then bring it to the tank. No. The game's not serious enough for the dungeon to like require that situation. Some people do though. And if they do, like, cool. And if I'm playing tank and they pull ahead of me, then like, yeah, you know, when they bring the mobs to me, then I'll grab them with aggro. But I'm not gonna watch them pop sprint and then sprint after them to like prevent them from dying. I don't care that much. It's just a dungeon. You know? So. But again, it just depends on like how you vibe. So people either vibe very well or not at all. So yeah. All you gotta do is just teach yourself how to like accept yourself for who you are. That acceptance gets very, very tough for a lot of reasons, you know. So something got mad at me in Emdeport because I kept running to the gate when the duty circle went away. I didn't pull anything. I just went to raid. Yeah, you know, like even that too. Like some people just have like that, like what's it called? Like main tanks or like main character syndrome, bro. So many players have that main character crap like put into perspective. There are certain things that I understand that like I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. Like, oh, is Ask can take the dungeon? Yeah, you know, so that's the thing. See, so like to Al's example, like the tank wants to be the one in front. You know, like the tank wants to be in front. That's just like a god complex that they have. But the problem is that like if that person doesn't do content like raids or ultimates, and then Al is sitting there with her ulti weapon, knowing she's like a much better player because like, you know, then sometimes you gotta like ask yourself like, is this even like worth my trouble? Like, do I care this much? Whatever. So like for her response to be like, I can if you want to, is like, you know, it just proved that like her ego doesn't need to be like enforced to implicate anything. Like if she can tank as a healer, she can do it, you know, like she can prove it. And if the guy doesn't like rebuttal, then it's pretty clear that like that guy ain't shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's really how I kind of perceive it. So, but again, it just depends on how you play. So like, here's the thing, right? I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. People don't raid with me sometimes because they're afraid of me, because like they're waiting for me to like yell at them for like when they make a mistake. And I'm always like, I'm not gonna yell at you. Like if you make mistakes and apologize for them, like I don't care. It actually doesn't bother me at all. What bothers me is when you make a mistake that gets me killed, because it's like, well, you could have avoided that and looked like the other way. You know what I mean? But again, like if it's a practice thing, like if we're progging, then all you gotta do is be like, oh, that was me, my bad. And then we're like, all right, just go back in, you know? But also like sometimes like if I'm also in practice mode, then like I'm also trying to figure out like the thing that's like, you know, I'm trying to put the two pieces together. You're like trying to put two puzzle pieces together and you get bumped in the middle of it and then you lose the piece. Like, yo, that's annoying, you know what I mean? That happens all the time in raiding and ultimates and savage raiding and trials and alliance, like everything. So sometimes though, like, you know, you're in the car and you're trying to put the pieces together, like the puzzles don't fall that far, right? You're like, okay, cool, like it's under the seat somewhere, let me just kind of like reach for it. Okay, I got it. And then you're chilling. But like if I'm in a public setting and then I get bumped and my puzzle piece falls in a river and that bitch going down like a stream, well, I gotta chase that piece, or I gotta like compromise, right? So it's that kind of situation that you got to figure out for yourself, like, oh, do I, you know? So that's kind of the problem that you run into. So I try and tell people like, oh, but again, also like a lot of people will also learn how to change their mentality and their approach also to content that they do. Like I can tell you this much as well, like and Al knows this too, so like it's whatever. But like we have like a friend circle of people that are like new to 14 and like they're very casual raiders, but they have like that passionate drive of like, yo, I want to do content, right? But the thing is that like they're not seasoned veterans like us. So, but because they got that fire, we want them to catch up with us to like do the content. But they don't got that same steez that we do, right? Yell at me more. So the thing is that like you want the fire to kind of showcase like the value of what they got for the situation. But the thing is like you have to also remember that some people just don't have they have less time to catch up to you in terms of the content thing, right? Like we've been playing this game for like over like 9-10 years at this point, right? So we have a lot of time for it being able to improve. So when a new kid comes in and he's like, yo, I want to do content, then it's like, okay, yeah, cool. Like, you know, like let us know when you're ready and you pull to the scene. If your immediate reaction as the new kid is like, yo, I'm the best motherfucking ninja in the planet, like check me out, then it's like, oh, so you got those kind of balls. Okay, let me see how you rock. Then that kid's playing like shit. And then, you know, like you're not necessarily mad at him. You're like disappointed that he had this ego complex that he thinks that he's like good at the game, but like he's not. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is like, if a player has a fire to want to do content, but they also learn how to like accept their mistakes, then you have to learn how to differentiate that like that person is just trying to learn, but they don't understand the etiquette behind how certain things is, right? But that's also part of the lesson. If you learn how that lesson can be applied to the person who's doing the thing, then you understand that like you got to learn how to be patient with them too, because like again, they haven't had as much time as you have to like contenting, right? So like, so the problem with that is it comes off that like you're impatient because you want that person to catch up, when in reality they're probably much more chill about it than you are, and they're just trying to have fun, but you're passionate. Automatically that means that like I look scary and uncomfortable to raid with, but it's because like I have the bar set high because of what you said in my mind and how I kind of perceive it. So what I'm supposed to do is let you put the bar in terms of what I should be expecting. So if you're like, yo, you should see the bar be here, it's like, okay, then yo, do your thing. I'm expecting you to put the bar here. So if the bar is set here and you say that, okay, está bien, then the bar is here. But if I'm expecting the bar to be here, but it's up here, well, then it's like, well, that's kind of weird, right? And that's what I do. I put the bar here for myself, and people think that it's up here, right? So then when I'm over here playing well, everyone's like, yo, like you're better than you. Like, why is the bar this low? Put that shit higher. And I'm like, well, no, because I don't want the pressure. You know, I don't want to be seen trying to do a pull up this high when I can just comfortably do a pull up this low. So that's the problem that people run into on a constant basis. A lot of people are just expected to put the bar high for themselves and for other people to perceive them. But like, you just don't want to be put in a position that makes you feel uncomfortable, right? Everyone's trying to play, because again, like it's a video game, right? That's the whole thing that people kind of throw into perspective. But again, like you're playing a video game with people who are passionate, and that passion is going to leak regardless of how you perceive it. So you got to just learn how to understand that like some people might live in the same building as you, but they got a different view, you know? So anyways, my yapping's over. I love knowing that I know how to play the game and have cleared alts, but then the white mage thinks that they're better than because they have the experience of playing since Heaven's Ward. I mean, that ain't shit, so whatever. I've been playing since I've been playing since like ARR, and like I didn't get good until like end of Shadowbringers, maybe. Not even, honestly. I mean like early Endwalker even. So yeah, man. So the Organa effect response is kind of wild though. You know. Paul has been clearing in PF all on his own. He's learning MSLS now. He was ahead of his static by a whole floor, then quit the static because his tank never mits. If there's one thing I imagine with him as well as main properly. Well, I mean, like that's the thing though, right? Like sometimes like people dude, I mean, I'll throw him under the bus. I don't give a fuck. Fuck this kid. In Licks and Relic static, they have this tank player that like has like a good number in like M9, but like yo, he's a dog shit tank. Like he's super bad. That kid's because again, what I always tell people is the same thing I always tell myself, right? The buttons you press, when you press them, how you press them is normally in the same order. It never changes, right? Especially in ultimates. The mitt you press is always the same 99% of the time. It might only change because like maybe somebody got hit by a thing and you can like save it. But like if you're playing a tank and the tank buster specifically says use your 120 and you're short, and you're like, let's just feel frisky today and just go short, and then you die. Then people are like, why'd you die? Was your 120 and you're short? And I was like, I don't need my 120. I just press my short. And then everyone's like, you're supposed to press 120 in short. Like, that's not like a discussion. You know what I mean? So, like, people start to get very egotistical when they do that poll and they get like a funny number and they're like, oh my God, look at me because I got this number. I'm that guy. But in reality, it's like, yo, you ain't shit. You know? And that's tough because sometimes you don't want to really put people in their place for the situation. Because the thing is, like, people look at my numbers and, like I said, like, are intimidated because it's like, yo, like, Sessiion can get 99s. Like, oh my God. But in reality, it's like, yo, like, don't start talking shit about other people when you are not good. Because that's the thing that I hate that in this game. A lot of people do that, right? Like, I have a friend who plays like machinist, and like he, like, yo, he's dog water. Like, he's very bad. I mean, like, single digits bad. But he comes in here and he's like, yo, Sesh, I was just in M9 and like this tank did dog shit damage. Check this out. And then like sends me a link. Meanwhile, it's like the warrior has like a 9, but that motherfucker has like a 7. And it's like, motherfucker, you're not any better. So like, why are you in my ears telling me that this kid sucks when you're actually worse than him? You know what I mean? So a lot of people just be doing that shit. So, and also here's the problem too, right? Because sometimes what people will do is they'll message you on the side and be like, yo, what I do now? You didn't do anything. I wasn't talking about you. It's not hard to be humble. Everyone can learn. Yeah, even me too. Like, I don't 100 all my shit on Gunbreaker. I only have 100. I mean, like, a 100's like a lot though. Like, that's really good, but like, you don't see me waving it in people's faces. You know what I mean? Like, when I got my 100 in M9 week 1, everyone was like, oh my God, the Gunbreaker got a 100? Like, god damn. And I was like, oh, did I? Oh, that's cool. Yo, and we went to 10. We just straight up move on to 10. That was it. Now, did I pop off in my mind like, oh my God, I got a 100, let's go? Nah. I was just kind of like, damn, really? Oh shoot, okay. I guess I'll just keep on doing what I've been doing. And then you realize that every single pull, because I got the 100, right? I was like, okay, maybe it was like a fluke. Let me try again and go back and get like a thingy. Let me see if I can get this the exact same thing and get like a 99. I go back in and then I get 99, which means that like what I press and what I do is good to the point that like that number is just like really strong. So I shouldn't deviate away from that. If I deviate away from that, then like I'm playing like trash. And I know this because I experimented, because in M9 this week, I saved my double down. Like, I like held it for like 20 seconds and used it outside of a buff, and it torched my number, right? So now I understand, like, okay, cool, like no matter what happens, I can't hold nothing. I gotta just keep everything as steady float as possible, because like, why the hell would I do that? Then he plays with me? Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? So that's one of those things you got to like learn about yourself and like how the job works. When you figure out how you play the job well, like it's really good to play the job that you want to play well and understand how you can experiment with that job and figure out what works and what doesn't work. When you know that something does not feel good at all and you can fix it, then you should figure out how to fix it. But if there's nothing you can do about it, then like, yo, you got to just carry that with you, right? Like an easy example is like in UCobbbbb. With Gunbreaker and UCobbbbb, you've never been able to triple Nashing Fame before, but now you can, right? But the timing for it is like super strict. I don't have it perfected. I don't know the timing, but I know that it's possible. So what I should do is go into UCobbbbb practice parties with Gunbreaker and learn how to triple Nashing combo, because that's really, really strong combo, right? Being able to press a thing 3 times when you can normally press it twice is like insanely strong. But like, I'm not going to be able to do it right the first time. I got to learn how to make it work after like a bunch of repetition. You know what I mean? And that's part of that practice that people don't ever talk about. Because like, I'll give you another example too that I thought was like pretty impressive. Like he was like, oh, why do you piercing talon there for that part? And I was like, oh, because like I line it up for like a guaranteed crit Drakesbane. Yes, you can nashing 3 times. Yeah, of course you can. Like it's all about experimentation. So in UCobb, like I do my backflip and then I do my piercing, and then he's like why? I'm like, oh well, because like if I don't, then I have to hold onto my life surge. But in reality, if I do it, then I can get like my life surge and do like my Drake's Bane with like a button, and it's like way stronger. And then it's to help like with like a lineup. Like you're trying to help like line up like your stuff. You know. Now, is it the better option? Probably not. But for me, I'm like, yo, that feels good. So I have to keep on putting it to practice and see if it really feels good. And like, you know, if I was going to be very analytical about it, then what I would do is, you know, I would do like 10 or 15 pulls with that tech and average out the number that I get, and then don't do it, and then see if the number that I get is better or worse. If it's better, then I know that the tech is working. If it doesn't, then I know that it doesn't work and I can't do it no more, you know? So I was still hopping on job training Gunbreaker, hopping on a call trying to show out. Well, you can't. Like, the context of me being able to triple Gnashing Fang is because of the way how the job like applies itself. If you triple Gnashing Fang at level 100, like that's wrong. The only way that you can triple Gnashing Fang is like at level 70 or 80 if the actual opportunity like permits it. You know? But again, like I personally was like, oh, is it possible? So I spent a bunch of polls just like testing out if I could do it or not. So no, triple Gnashing Fang is not like plus damage if you triple like a level 100. No. So like if you don't get the context, and like you're gonna try out a thing and like experiment, and like it's not gonna go well for you. So how we end up, we're chilling. I'm like people are asking me about like analysis and like how to read numbers and parses and shit, and I'm just over here like ranting. I used you as an example for my like piercing talon lineups in UCobb, and because you were like, oh, like, you know, you notice that I piercing talon sometimes during like the Twintania pull, and you asked like why, and I just explained like my oh, did they go back in after you left? No. Oh yeah, we went back in. We brought Rem with us. My bad, you're right. Yeah, Rem came in. He played Dark Knight, and I went Black Mage, and we saw like Blackfire at the most. Yeah, it was like we were like chilling afterwards. So having you in the team was like really good, and like having Rem was fine too. Like it wasn't like a bad thing, but like we clearly were already tired after like our earlier pulls. So people were like, like, let's just chill. So, yeah. But hopefully you got some good food and hang out with the homies, you know what I mean? So, yeah. For them to, like, de-rust and get to, like, Heaven's Fall is, like, great. So, you know, I know that everyone probably was, like, freaking out about the thing. But again, like, kind of the point, though, right? Like, as long as people are having fun, then, like, it doesn't matter what the situation boils down to. Like, we're not going to yell at anybody for making mistakes if it's a prog thing. Because even like me and like, you know, me and Key are very consistent at what we do, and like, yo, we made mistakes too. They were like, oh shit, like we died. Oh, okay. All right, well, my bad. You know, playing with the bros, hell yeah, you know. Wow, good song. So I'll get fun with the repo, you know. Yeah, we're like, it's chill. So usually what happens in a lot of prog parties is like people like, again, it depends. If you're trying to prog a thing to go for the eventual clear, then like, again, if the bar is set to get to a certain point in a prog party thing, then like you just hope and assume that people will be able to reach that prog point. But like if at any point in time you're like, yo, I don't know how to do this mechanic, but I'm joining parties that are past it, like you should be accountable for it and like go back and do the version of the concept that you're still practicing. Because that's the thing, a lot of people will do that thing where they're like, oh, I'm at like phase 2 prog even though I still can't do phase 1 correctly, so let me join phase 2 and keep on dying in phase 1. Like that's not smart. If you're still not able to do phase 1 but you've seen phase 2, you should go clean up phase 1. Make sure you have phase 1 just like well understood, so that when you go into phase 2, you're not like a liability for like getting to phase 2, right? If somebody else is liability, well, that just means that the pressure isn't on you. You know what I mean? So, I saw a vibe and put everyone easy so you feel comfortable. Well, the thing is, like, yeah, I mean, I would say so. You know, I don't think that there's any pressure behind anything that you do for the callouts. I think that people just instinctively have the feeling of like, oh, it's that guy Key. he plays very well and consistent, and he plays a bunch of different jobs, and he's cleared every single ultimate. He's much better than me. So if I fuck up, he's gonna call me like an idiot and put a sandwich between me because like I'm not good as him. You know what I mean? People will be afraid of you because like you're just a better player than they are, because they're just afraid of being like yelled at by you. But the thing is that like if it's just like a practice thing, then like it's a practice thing. Like there's no pressure usually. So it's not like that big of a deal. Like you changing to samurai to red mage because you're bored, and also like the res mage helped out for like the situation. Like yo, that's whatever. If you were like, you know what, Sess, get off of Dragoon, I'm playing Dragoon, I would have been like, all right, yo, take it. Whatever. I'll play something else. I don't care. You know what I mean? But a lot of people are just afraid of being able to like ask or do things without having there be like a clash. Everyone's always afraid of the clash, which makes sense though, because like the game is very like you know, it's like a lot of friction no matter like what you do, pretty much. So you got to just learn how to just understand that if the room is very clearly intended of like, yo, there's no pressure, then like don't assume that there's pressure, you know? Like I said earlier today, we were doing M11S with like Kiwi and all of them, and like literally Shenjia was like, oh no, it's session, I gotta like lock the fuck in. And I'm like, bitch, no the fuck you don't. Just sit there and play your summoner. I don't give a fuck. I'm just here to practice until UCobbb starts. I'm here to kill like an hour. So like I don't care. If you fuck up a bunch of times, I'm not gonna like yell at you on the side. Whatever, dog. Once that hour is over and we got to go get ready for Cobb, whether we win or not, I'm fucking outie. I'm not like being like a hawk watching people do content. Like it's whatever. So yeah, exactly. I'm the Dragoon, bro. I'm the best zero Dragoon you've ever seen in your life. You know what I mean? So see, because again, like this mentality will change when the new ultimate comes out, because you're either going to be in Party Finder with a bunch of dickheads who are of the exact mentality that I talked about, where they're like, oh, I'm at phase 2 of the near ultimate, but I still have not a fucking clue how to do phase 1. That does not mean that you should go do phase 2. You should go back and clean up phase 1. I cannot emphasize how many hours you save by actually cleaning up like your BS. It's very easy to do. People just don't do that shit. Everybody that's sitting here in Limsa AFK and doing fuck all, except for me. Yo, people don't do that shit, you know? Even my Alex PS changed just from to Fru. Yeah, of course. I mean, as it should. The thing is like for me too, like even when when I cleared T with homies, and I was like, oh my gosh, like yo, I can do ultimates. I didn't think that I could, but yo, we here. Let's go back in there and get more fucking totems and shit, right? And then like we went and did like DSR on top, and I'm over here thinking like, okay, cool, like I ain't shit for those ultimates. So for me, like the bar is raised high. Like I feel like I gotta be locked in the entire time, because like I'm not anywhere near as good as the people that I'm with, because they got multi-ulti clears and they've been playing in the raiding scene way longer than I have. But then what's mind-blowing, and Al knows exactly what I'm talking about, is when you find out that like some of the motherfuckers you play with that have been playing this shit for like years and years and years, turns out they're actually not that good at the game. Like you're actually a better player than some of those people that you encounter. And then you're like, wow, like yo, you think that like you're a good player, but like the problem is that, like I'm actually better than you. I'm not gonna say that to your face though, but like just know that I think that way. Because you do things that I'm like, why the hell would you do that? Like that's actually like stupid. You know what I mean? So my own level of skill hasn't really changed in the last even like 2 years, but the raiding culture definitely has. I think it's in a good spot right now. I think for me, I would just have to wait until I see what the evolution looks like for the expansion. Like I think that 8.0 will change the culture a lot for the raiding scene, only because of what I've heard. Now, I'm not going to say that that's going to absolutely happen, but I will wait and see what changes are coming to the game to see if there's any like comparison for that, right? If the raiding culture stays where it is right now too, okay, you know, I can accept that, because I'm used to things. I like when things stay the same and they don't change. sometimes change is like hard to accept for me personally. So if the raiding culture gets worse, as in like if it gets more toxic, or there's more players that are like a little clueless in like how they play their jobs, then like it's just going to require me time to like adjust and adapt to that, right? But if the culture gets better, as in like players get better, the game gets harder, but people still improve, then like you know, it's a thing to look forward to. So, but again, like a lot of that changes, solely dependent on like how you perceive the game and how other people could perceive it, and like how you make those comparisons. So when we find out what their first clears or clears in general were bought, hit fucking clown, brother. Facts though. Yeah. Had people tried to help in top PF that egoed back and couldn't take help, like those situations were taken well and feedback and taken for PF. Yeah, you know. But I think also like the exposure to doing top versus free was also like much smaller. The population of players that were in top was much smaller than like Fru. But also like what I will say too is like I think with top, I wasn't really in PF that often in top, but what I felt like from top is that people accepted the fact that like, yo, that fight is fucking crazy difficult, and you know, like you're gonna be working, not like playing. Like it's a difference, right? So people like respected the fact that the fight was as hard as everyone made it out to be. And it kind of still is, right? So there's that. But with Fru, people were like, okay, like it's an ultimate. I'm nervous and afraid, but like I'm gonna try my best. And people learn how to like take that approach better versus it being like, okay, like I'm scared because like it's an ultimate and like I'm gonna, you know, like, oh no, right? So I think a lot of people just ended up realizing that if they learn to understand and like respect the etiquette and the rules, then like, yeah, like you can eventually clear, right? But again, a lot of people just don't really understand that like there's levels to this shit. So, you know. Oh yeah, for like I can assure you that like whatever happens with the next ulti come 7.5, a lot of people have gotten better at the game because of their experiences with the Savage Raid tier and with Fru. I think that like Fru and the Savage Raid tiers have definitely like jumped a lot of people into finding interest and fun in the ultimate or in the Savage Raids, that they're going to try and bring that to the ulti. The problem though is that like light heavyweight was a much more accessible tier to clear versus like heavyweight, right? But again, like those same players are probably still going to keep trying to like enter the content, and like we shall see, you know. But again, like when you know that there's a bad apple in like the party finder, then you do everything in your power to make it like very well clear and known, like, hey, see this dickhead samurai, under no circumstances do you ever allow him in your bullshit, because like he's gonna make your situation like horrendous, right? And if you got that reference, then like kudos, because you know exactly what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, as I literally like search and see if he's even like on. But like that's my point though, right? So people will learn how to accept the fact that, hey, I've seen that guy before in Party Finder. He's fucking trash. It's okay. Yeah. Right. Just like hit him with the avoid button and move the hell on. You know, because again, like a lot of those players don't like having their time wasted, right? Like you want to be able to be like, hey, I know how to do phase 1 and 2, but the back of my hand, don't give a shit. I'm trying to see phase 3. That guy's like, yo, I'm trying to see phase 3, even though I haven't seen phase 2. And it's like, okay, well, we don't fucking want you then. So go back and go see phase 1 and 2. And then when you caught up, then you can pull up. Maybe, right? So it's those people you got to keep an eye out for. Some of them are like a little scary. So, yeah. Anyways, I think at the end of the day, though, like, all the content coming out for the future of the game is exciting and appealing to a lot of people. And learn to like it and respect it, you know. Like again, I don't love Fru, but Fru's fun, so I will still keep doing Fru, right? But like it's okay, like it's already over. I have my fair share of fun with it. It's a vibe. I'll go back into Fru any time of the day, and like I'll, you know, enjoy it. But am I still salty about that 6th phase? Hell yeah. But Fru's still fun. And then whatever the hell we get in 2 weeks from now for that ultimate reveal, all I can hope is that it's gonna tickle that one part of my brain that I'm like, oh, You know, did DSR again today for the first time in like a while, and goddamn, brother, fight so peak. Yo, I'm telling you, like you'll know that if you like something like a lot, man, you're gonna want to like really like harp at it. So I know for sure too. Like I know that I haven't been in DSR since my red mage cleared. I mean, I've been in DSR, but I haven't like cleared. You know, 'cause I'm keeping myself humble also. Like I don't have the full blown confidence. I immediately know how to do DSR. Even though I de-rusted as a Picto, just taking the caster role and like made it to the end of phase 5. Like, can I do DSR? Yeah, probably. But I'm not gonna just pull up to a clear party and be like, yo, check this shit out, I got this. Nah. I'm not doing that because like that doesn't make me comfortable, you know? So yeah. Oh, hi Clarissa. I had you in the background. I was literally like watching you. I was like, oh my gosh. Hey girl. What's going on, everyone? How's it going, Raiders? Good to see you all. I know you had like a shorter stream today, so I was like again, I was lurking. Well, I hope you had a fun stream today. I know that you were playing some of that good old-fashioned Dragoon in that good old-fashioned frontline. You know, so yo, nicely done. I was kind of low-key watching in the background while I was like yapping, so but a bit of fun stream, you know. Also for those who are new, welcome on in. My name is Sessiion. I'm an unk who yaps and plays Gunbreaker most of the time, and I changed to a bun boy because somebody said do it, and I said fine. I never play bun boy though, but you know, they asked, and I said yeah, sure, why not. We did some UCobbbbb today. We were hanging out with some homies. It was a wonderful time. We were chilling. I was playing some Dragoon and some Black Mage. I don't often play Black Mage, so that was like a time. My opener, that first pull was horrendous. I did like Fire 3, Blizzard 3, Fire 3, Thunder. It was so dumb, but like it was fun. So, yeah. Anger. What's up, Justin? Yeah. But of course, you know, I know what time it is. It's like late, so if you gotta like post stream care, take care of yourself, you know. Definitely do what you must. And of course, thank you so much for the raid. I don't know what we're gonna be doing right now. I don't know. We're just kind of like just yappers. So, yeah. Spudsy solo healed Giga 2. Oh shit. Oh, were you playing with Spudsy in DSR? I saw her in. I think I saw her in DSR earlier today. I wondered home because you were yapping. Yeah, it's fair actually. Thank you for lurking. Short stream because visiting grandpa. Oh, okay, that's cute. Well, definitely get some rest, you know. So take that post stream care, you know. Pajamas, brush your teeth, melatonin if you need it. Who like needs melatonin? Actually, melatonin's kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. And then just like the whole night through, you know what I mean? So yeah, but. Well, Spooky, if you were going to go back and do your yapper, or like, I mean, there's not really much things to do. Vayne is still sitting here after 7 hours trying to do like a fucking solo heal. I don't know why he's always here trying to do solo heals. It is what it is. How's 2 a.m.? Because time flies when you're having fun at the Unk stream. You know what I mean? We really did just sit here for like 6 hours and just do whatever. So, I don't know. Play Star Force Online really made me lose track of time. Mega Man's a vibe, so I get that actually. I didn't realize it either what time it was after we finished doing UCobbbbb. I think we finished, it was like 12:30. And then I was like, oh, everyone going to bed. That's cool. What do I do now? And then we like went on a whole like yapper, you know what I mean? So, I mean, it was chill, so. I enjoy playing me some Black Mage. Like I said, I would love to go back and actually experience the feeling of playing a melee again. As much as I love tanking, I have the itch right now. I love yapping with Unk. Unk loves yapping with you too, so thank you for hanging out with us. Yeah. I've been really like wanting to play Dragoon in every ultimate right now.
Oh yes, wait a minute, Mr. Postman.
In the middle of Journey. That's crazy actually, but alright. Crashing out to see you later. Later, Key. Take care, brother. Rest well. Watch out. He's gonna steal your weapon. Padya, you don't even know what that means. All right. Also go to bed. All right. All the all the kids are getting ready for bed, all right? You two, get your freaking pajamas on, go brush your teeth, and hop in bed, all right? We're not gonna sit here and like a whatever. I know what it means. Shut the fuck up. You're literally doing Palace of the Dead right now, like floor 25. I don't want to hear it. Let me know when you freaking get the Necromancer title. You right? It'll be bedtime. Hell yeah, you know I know it's like a Friday, but like yo, it late. The sun is gone. It's like over there, like literally over there. You know, not under my house, but like you know, other side of the freaking planet. Isn't it like? Are we 12 hours away or 13 hours away from China? I don't know. Meanie? Would it make you feel better if I play some Paramore? And then you're like, yeah. My God. Although Paramore did play today, and that song was fire, so it was a vibe. I mean, we just listened to Journey, and Journey is fire. And then, of course, it's gonna change like a hip hop song. I mean, like, I don't make this up, bro. The predictions are real over here. If it played a 14 song, that would be even like, funnier. They roll in. Hey, yo. Let's not be hasty now. I'm just letting Spotify play whatever the hell it is. You know what I mean? GD to MM. Them some mirrors. I really should like sit down and heal as well. But I just want to play freaking Dragoon, man. That's actually all I feel like playing is just Dragoon. It says pay rate, so I don't. Oh, that's paid. I mean, I could play pay range, but like, yeah. Timeless from Fortnite. Yo, take that back. That's actually fucking crazy. You say that out loud. Is this song in Fortnite? If this song is in Fortnite, I'll be very like shocked by that actually. Wait, I think I played this with you a couple times. Maybe. I don't know. Umbra's friend? Yeah. Umbra's my guy. It's an emote? Oh, God. That's so funny, actually. I mean, I don't normally look like a bun boy, but yeah. Yeah, me and Umbra, we game like once in a while. Umbra's my guy. So, that's a real bro out there. I know he was doing M12 earlier, so. Fresh prog. I haven't done fresh prog in like a while I haven't done the train in so long either, actually. I don't expect the train to be like a... We really should go back and like train farm to get that friggin' mount. Or those like totems at least. Because like, my goodness, you know? I think for your guys' group. Well, I wasn't in any like real group for Fru except for like the early stages of my prog. I probably joined Umbra. Unless we were doing it with like Jazzy and them, then like maybe yeah. It may depend on because I was in a static for the first like between like weeks like 3 through 8 I would say of my prog. I was in a static and then I cleared on my own like 2 weeks after. I come back and we choo-choo. Oh, I was just saying I saw a fresh party. So I'm just also saying though I would like to go back and farm because it's been like a while. And also like that mount, you mean we have like what 3 weeks for the freaking new mount to come out for the trial? Like we don't really have a lot of time. So we should just pause Criterion and Fru and just go train or mount farm for the wings, you know what I mean? I'm cooked. Everyone's cooked. I have one, okay? The only one that I have is friggin' is Valley Garmonda. I'll tell you this much though. Low key, no BS. If the mount is like super fire, then I will drop everything in my power to like yeah, relax. I was joking about the Criterion thing. Chill. I will still do Criterion. Even though I want wings. You know what I mean? So yeah, we can like definitely like wing farms on the road. We're gonna have to eventually. So, oh, Jazzy came Umbra. Yeah, that makes sense then. If it was with Jazzy then yeah, for sure. So okay, yeah, I'm sure that we were there. I was definitely playing like some tank. Remember Inting because I hadn't been in there in months. Oh, it's funny because like you say that, but if you ask me like what job or what character you're playing with. Like, I don't remember. So if you did make mistakes, then like, or if you were like inting about whatever, yo, like it's already water under the bridge. You know what I mean? Like no one's gonna remember. I don't remember anything about it though. So like, yeah. Surely he shows it in a live letter. He should. He should. We will, like, here's the thing though, right? So like the mount is not like a secret, or the boss rather, sorry. The trial isn't a secret. So we're gonna see what the wings look like from that trial, and then he should also show us what the wings look like when you collect all the wings. Pretty sure. Because there's no secret trial boss. It's like an obvious like, oh hey, like it's NUO from FFXIV Advanced, right? So yeah. Recollection. You know what I will say? If you can do recollection and like DPS it very, very well, you actually can skip like a lot. The boss dies like during Bloom 4, I think. Bloom 4 is the one where like the tethers, and then you stretch it, and then you have the people in the thing with the stack mark or whatever the hell that it is. That mechanic, or the one after that actually. Like the boss actually dies pretty early if you have like people that pumpers. So the recollection today. I know that people, I mean, you know, at this point it's an old ass trial, so like who cares about the whole like downtime, whatever the hell that it is. So but yeah, it would be very nice to just go back in there and like wing farm, you know. You get 1 totem or 2 totems for clearing the fight. I'm hoping it's 2. So I don't actually remember, but it's 1 totem? Oh, okay. That's fine. I don't know how many I have, but yeah. It's 2. Oh. I mean, either way. No, it just changes. No, there's no rhyme and reason to like whether it's 1 or 2. It's 3. Because like with okay, so like with Shadowbringers, they were 2 because like the fights were long. But I think the only fight that didn't do that was Diamond Weapon. Like I think Emerald and Ruby were 2 because of the like there was a checkpoint. Like those trials were long, you know. With Endwalker, I feel like Endwalker was 1 for the most part. I think Golbez was 2 though. Either Golbez was 2 or something like that. I don't remember. I thought MSQ fights were 1 and then the rest were 2. No, it's like kind of random. They just kind of pick and I think they do it based on the fight length. If the trial is like a long trial, then I think that then I think it can be 2. I don't actually know. So because I think I mean I personally want to say Necron is 1, but I also feel like Necron is 2. But like, yo, I really do not remember. Because in Endwalker, Zodiac and Heidelin were 1. I think Endsinger was also 1. Barbritia, I think, was 2. Necron is 2? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, and like, Endsinger was 2? Oh, okay. Yeah, see, so like, I feel like there's not like a real rhyme or reason to whether it's 1 or 2. I think, in my mind, it was always based off of like the length of the fight, or like the difficulty, you know? Not like the, whether it's like an MSQ or like a non-MSQ trial, like blah blah blah. But I never actually remember, so like whatever the answer is, like it is what it is. So yeah. Either way though, like what would be helpful is to you know, acquire the totems so that we can freaking win some mounts. You know what I mean? So Emmett Suck is playing freaking what, White Mage? What the So yeah, down the road, I'd like to try and do wings between, like, what we'll try and do is, we'll try and, like, you know, do our weekly, like, we did the Ultimog challenge already, right, which is, like, really cool. So this is, like, a really easy, like, knock out the park. So we'll do these 2, like, between now and, like, the release of the patch. And then, when we're done with those, and, like, the raids, then we'll just try to, like, wings farm. I think wings farming will be pretty chill for the most part between now and, like, the release of 7.5. and FanFest for that matter too, right? So, yeah, because I don't really like, because for this character, I only got a raid for 2 more weeks, and then I get my gunbreaker weapon. So, yeah, so it'll be pretty chill for the most part. My other character is like big chilling though. I got like a bunch of weapons because of the coffers. So, but yeah, I mean, I know that people, but also we still have another what 6? Is it 6 weeks or 4 weeks? No, it's like 6 weeks because the ultimate comes out like early June, so we still have like all of May to get like stuff. So we have like at least 5 weeks of doing reclears before we got to get ready for the ultimate, which is good because like at least that way you can play around with like whatever you're still like missing content wise, right? So because I still need gear as well. So it's not 8 weeks. 8 weeks is definitely like too long. I mean, if you include like right now, we have like 9 weeks, I think. If you include the current weeks. Sent to clear. Well, you gotta hurry up. Like low key actually. Because you really don't have that much. Because like what you want to do is make sure that you have like the enough pages to get the weapon in case you don't win that in friggin', you know what I mean? So I know that people have also been asking about like progging and getting help for clearing 12. So I mean we can try and sit down for that too. But I know that like we're doing Criterion, what is it, Monday, Wednesday, Friday or something like that. So yeah, like Monday we're doing Criterion, Tuesday we do reclears, Wednesday's Criterion, Thursday I guess is like freebie day or something, and then like you know, all this guy to only play Gunbreaker. Listen, I literally haven't won. Every weapon that's dropped has been non-tank related for this character. Okay, I want to friggin' hear it. Plus, not to mention, it's not gonna matter because like, unlike the last time with Fru, I was ready to play Warrior in Fru, and then everyone was like, "Nah, Paladin," and I'm like, "What the? Okay, I guess." So I play Paladin. Like, everyone was talking about how godlike Paladin was in Fru, so I just play Paladin. I wanted to play Warrior though, but like that wasn't like a thing. So this time, however, I don't give a what the hell the thing is. I'm playing Gunbreaker main tank, so I don't care about any of the weapons. I mean, I want the extra weapons for like down the road because, you know, like similar to Fru, I haven't been mentally keeping track of like how to content in Fru with like healer and melee. Right. So, but also I'm pretty sure like down the road I'm gonna end up needing to like when we start host, because again, like between the release of the next ultimate and that clear moment, and then my Tuesdays will change, I think, where we try to get the weekly reclear for the ultimate, and then we go help other people prog the ultimate or help get their reclears, and like we'll probably end up joining the ulti project maybe down the road, maybe, and then otherwise we're just gonna chill. So, and like, yeah, it'd be helpful to figure out who still needs like their clears and like just kind of push them to the freaking finish line. So so yeah, we should definitely like help Umbar with his clear down the road. Because also the thing too is like it'd be helpful if like we had 8 people, you know, almost like a static formation, so that way like whoever's missing their crap, they can just get what they need. When do you think 8.0 comes out? December, January? Yeah, in that range. My honest, okay, so like this might sound copium, but I don't think so. I'm actually expecting the 8.0 to come out at the very end of December, like either the week between Christmas and New Year's, like is the earliest I'm expecting. If not, then I'm thinking like mid-January. I don't think we're going to be waiting like super long in comparison. Like we're not waiting till like no March or April or not like that. Like it's not like Dawn or 8.0 is coming out in like less than a year from now. 100%. But again, like that sounds copium, but I don't think so. I think the way how a lot of the speculation that people have been thinking about for what their scheduling has looked like, their scheduling has not really aimed at the idea that they need like a lot of time to mentally prepare or whatever. I think that all of the preparation that they've been doing for 8.0, they've been working on since like 7.2. So, and I think this is the case scenario because of what's been talking about for preparation for the schedule for FanFest this time. Somebody mentioned it to me. I didn't know this, but the creative director designer for the PvP stuff for Crystalline Conflict is like going to be part of the like set of announcements, I think, or something like that. So people think that he's going to be taking over like the battle content, like job design wise, in 8.0 and not the PvP stuff. Something like that. I don't remember exactly what I read or what I was like seeing beforehand, but that's apparently what's happening. You know. And then like the keynotes in the morning on the West Coast, so it's like 1 o'clock like Eastern time. Something like that, I think. But anyways, yeah, I think that 8.0 will come out like just straight up in like late December. Frostar's coming. You know. Well, I mean, I don't know about that, but it's just a matter of understanding what the, because like again, so like I'm gonna yap about the keynote like a little bit, okay? So normally with the keynote, the US objective is to primarily focus on the official confirmations of what we should just be expecting, right? We're going to hear about the level cap. We're going to hear about the name of the expansion. We'll get like a teaser of the song. There will be like a small little hint about what the job could be. You know, which characters might be involved, heroes and villains, maybe. Right? And then they're just going to start explaining kind of what kind of content you're going to expect. The typical stuff, right? Like your MSQ, there's going to be like a little page panel that says like, oh, like the Scions are going to be going over here because of like the threat that's happening over in this area, right? Then they're going to be like, yeah, we have a boss design we'd like to give you like a hint for. And then the boss hint will at least tell you the kind of theme that they have in mind, right? So last time they did the Eliminator and Valley Garmonda, right? They did the final boss from the dungeons and then they give you the first trial. So they might give us the trial and like one of the dungeon bosses. And they're like, yeah, like this is what you're going to expect, right? Then they'll confirm that there's going to be like raids, but we won't know what the raids are. They're probably going to confirm Alliance raids, but we're not going to know what those are. And they might confirm that there's ultimates, but we're not going to know what those are either, right? And that'd be the gist of it. Now, the problem though is that like with the keynote, because there's like a bunch of major changes also coming in, some of those changes at some point need to be explained exactly what that's going to be like hinting towards, right? Because like in I think it was the EU actually. I think it was the European FanFest. Like was where Yoshi like revealed Solution 9. Right. But I think in the US one, they were like, yeah, so we understand that a lot of the hitboxes of bosses in Endwalker were really big. So we'd like to make them smaller, make more sense. And our focus isn't to make content more difficult. It's to make content like fun and engaging. Right. Would people like going back to level 50? Like a level squish? Yeah, the level squish would not be a problem at all because the stat squish wasn't a problem. It just has to make sense. So like if you have like your jobs skills and like you're leveling through these jobs and like acquiring buttons, as long as all of these just like make sense and they were if they did cut the job stuff in half. So like I can use my level 100 stuff at like a hypothetical level 50. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem. It just has to make sense. If they do like bring the level down, that it doesn't disrupt the natural flow of content that's been released historically over time. So like for example, like if UCobbbbb and Uwu become very different fights because of the leveling thing or like the unlocking thing, you know, then that'll be kind of weird because like with a like let's if they had to reduce the leveling by 50% or yeah, so they cut the levels in half, then that means that all the level releases of content also get cut in half, which means that like when you play through A Realm Reborn, like your level cap is like 10, which is crazy actually, because like the max is 100, right, for Dawn Trail. Then every expansion you got to cut 10 back. So like if we go into Dawn Trail level 50, then that means that like Endwalker becomes 40, Shadowbringer becomes 30, right? Stormbolt becomes actually be less than 10, but like, you know what I mean? So yeah. If they did it by fives, then again, like same thing. So like I don't think that they'll do that though. I think that they're gonna keep the level 100 thing. I do think that Yoshi and the dev team like the 100 thing. I don't think they like the 110 thing. So if they do change anything, then it'll be something to maintain the 100 thing. Because like I want to hit level 200. I mean, if they do that, then they just better make it make sense. Because leveling up, because even like right now, like taking all the current jobs and leveling up to 100, like bringing all of these jobs to level 100, yo, it takes a lot of time. If you're like a brand new account and you don't buy the skip, so we level anymore? Well, no, you do level, but it just depends on, I think, so here's what I think that they're going to do, because I think it just makes sense. In Eureka, they have like a like the elemental level, right? So like in Eureka, you had to be level 70, and then the elemental level also went up with time to like the thing. All I think they're going to do is keep the 100, but you level up the jobstone, because every jobstone is level 30. Even Pictomancer and like Viper and whatever, all the jobstones are level 30. So all that this means is like they're probably going to just change the jobstones so that certain jobstones will activate and give you like certain abilities, suppress and whatnot. That way they can retain the whole like, hey, you gained 10 levels, but like you technically didn't because like whatever. So they'll probably add like a bar underneath each job that adds to the level of the soul crystal, basically. Or they just go to 110 and be like, F it, you know. So we like you're still gonna do dailies when 8.0 comes out, and like you're still gonna need to gain like your levels to get like the cap. It just won't be through like the numerical blah 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 whatever. So yeah, I don't know. Well, here's what I mean. I will say this much though. They did confirm already. They confirmed this back in 7.1. They were like, we know what we're doing for the leveling thing. They've had it figured out since 7.1. Like before Fruit even came out, they were like talking about Fruit, and they were like, oh, by the way, like we know what we're doing for the next expansion is like leveling up system. And they were like, people were like, oh, what is it? And they were like, I'm not telling you. What the relax. Wait till we get to, you know, the keynote. So there's not even been like a hint either of like what it could be. Like we have no idea. So everyone's been theorizing, you know, and I think the quickest theory that you can come up with is just based off of FF11, and that's because alliance raids were FF11, right? So in 11 you can like level up, but you can also like lose levels if you die, basically. But also they had like an alternative like leveling system, I think, from what I was hearing about. So like your cap I think was like 70 in 11, but then you have like another leveling bar thing that like kind of coerces with it too, and like you have 2 levels basically, something like that. So I'm expecting them to follow that kind of pathway for 14. I want my hit points to hit lost arc levels of batshit. They're not going to do that because the game's engine actually can't handle it. They already had that problem with Shadowbringers, which is why they stat squished everything. Yeah. But we've already like we're already back up to that number now. So because now like a lot of our damages are hitting like 200 300k basically. So when they did the stat squish back in the moment, they were like, oh yeah, like the numbers are going to be closer to like, you know, like Heaven's Word Stormblood. But now we're already back to like Endwalker before, or like not Endwalker, Shadowbringers, like the number what it was. So I don't know if they'll stat squish again. I think if they do that, then again, like, it's fine. Because when the stat squish happened, no one cared. No one cared at all about the stat squish. I definitely didn't care. I heard a lot of people were like, because, you know, but the reason why though is because like they were just informed prior. You know, they were just told in advance, like, hey, like, the number calculation thing is like a lot, and it's kind of like messing with our game. So we're gonna just like bring those numbers down, so that way there's like a little bit of like a chill factor. And then they did it, and everyone was like, yeah, it makes sense. That's it. You know? So they could stat switch this again, they could level switch this again. Like, I mean, I don't know. But if they do level or stat squish me, again, I don't care. I just want to make sure that whatever that they are doing just like makes sense. So but to me, I don't think that they'll stat or level squish. What I'm hoping that they do, and again, this is because of what they've talked about, because this game has been a PS3 title basically for like almost, you know, like 14 years, it would be very helpful if they actually make changes to the engine without necessarily breaking the visual, but giving people like something new to work with, basically. But last time they did that though, they broke everyone's model. Like, the models were really broken. They had to go back and fix all of it. So what's the bar for the stat squish? We're hitting 60k now. Well, they're gonna cut it by like a quarter. Because when the first stat squish happened, we went back down very temporarily to like to like Stormblood numbers. So I forget like the exact like numerical measurement, but I think if you go back to wait, I'm trying to think actually, because I think the I'm trying to think actually. Yeah, I don't actually remember. I'm trying to think. Wait. I didn't realize that it did this actually. What the? It's kind of weird that we do 30k in Fru and 9k in DSR. Yeah, you know. Well, I'm trying to remember what the number was back in the day. I gotta go back and actually like think about it. But like, yeah, you know, dude, there's such a dramatic difference between what it was like back then and what it is now. I'm trying to remember if it was Endwalker though, because right now like we can do 25k as like a generalization for like things. Yeah, the stat squish was like in Endwalker, like DSR was like 72, like 7,000 DPS was like what it was. Was it Shadowbringers that had like the I'm trying to think though, I don't actually remember. Yeah, because like in T during Shadowbringers, like you can do like 12k, like basically, right? So, or actually no, I don't even remember. It's actually been so long now at this point. Actually, hold on, I don't remember. What the I have to like look it up actually. It happened in Endwalker. Because what happened was how this? Yeah, in I think actually. So essentially was it cruiserweight? Cruiserweight's gear surpassed the damage output that we got from like Eden's Promise, I think. I think that's what it was. So, but yeah, there hasn't been any conversation about them downscaling stats again. So I don't think that they'll do that. My mind says that they have a plan to update the engine for the game so that it stops functioning like a PS3 game. Because if you don't know, this game is like a beta engine for 14 1.0 basically. And they just kept it since, which is like fine. The game plays what it does. I just don't know how easy it is for them to change the engine entirely and like keep the game looking the exact same way that it does now. Nor do I know if there's if the transition of data between those two things is going to be possible. In my mind, like if they did try and do that, then they've been doing it already for like a really long ass time. But again, like this is one of those things that we'd have to wait and see when they release the keynote, because I find it fascinating that they've been working on like increasing the graphical components for certain parts of the game, like in like certain areas, you know what I mean? But also like when they during the live letter for 91 with Trails of the Heavens, basically like they designed the Alliance Rate area and made like there's like a comment about how like, oh my gosh, like aren't you so proud of the time and work we put into like the area for the whatever. So to me it sounds like that they're not changing the engine. I think that they've already tried to change the visuals with Dawntrail and it backfired, and thankfully they fixed it. So if they change the engine, it'd be a good change, because there's only so much that this game can like process and handle, I feel like, under a certain like amount of like whatever. So, but also the game, I think the engine is part of the reason why this game primarily functions on like a x-axis plane for the most part, right? Like elevation in this game is not like a frequent thing. It's there sometimes, like certain raids, certain moments. But you know, a majority of the mechanics are happening on like the floor and your character is touching the floor. Like there's not it's not often moments where like you are above the floor or like under the floor, you know? So again, there's certain raids like, you know, O2, Doom Train, Titan from Shadowbringers, etc. So there are certain moments where like it does work. But I wonder if they'll ever update the engine, because I think an engine update will actually allow them to play a lot more with like the verticality of anything in this game. But again, if they don't, that's okay, because they're still able to come up with like unique and cool stuff, and I can appreciate that. So like for this race here, even the race here too, like they play with some verticality, which is really cool. Like the way how the M7S arena worked with the hop over and then the slam down, like that was a really like awesome arena design. So it does show that they can still get really creative with certain things without necessarily you know, copying and pasting some stuff. So like it's cool. But if there is any expectations of change for the engine, I just hope that they're very, very clear about what those changes are going to be, because if there's one thing that people are going to hate is when their character looks very different after having it for so long. And I know this too, because like I remember going through the benchmark myself as well with my old character, or with my girl, and then what was it? Like, you know, you can like play the benchmark. Like my character looked so not like my original OG character. It was scary to watch, and it was so bad, in fact, that it got all that backlash that they were like, all right, we messed up. We're going to go back and look into that. And then they fixed the benchmark, and the benchmark fixed everything, which is really good. Also compatibility. Yeah, that too. You're right. But also the thing is like, the game is also still being, it's still being worked on to kind of function in other, you know, they're trying to open up in other markets, right? So like, because when 7.5 releases, what is it? Isn't it Korea? Because China's caught up, I think, right? Like Korea and China will both be fully caught up with everything that they do content-wise for this game. Discord? Okay. So a lot of the time they've spent also, what the that's gonna be that could be a YouTube video. Hello? Hey yo. Wowzers. But yeah, like I don't know if they'll make the announcement this expansion, because I do not at all remember when they did the deprecation for PS3 to Heavensward, right? So if they are gonna eventually be like, hey, so like we're gonna stop supporting PS4, Xbox One, because like who gives a crap? We're working on the current gen, blah 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 blah, whatever. Again, some people are gonna be like upset about that, but also like you should eventually upgrade anyways, because like why would you stay, like, you know? But again, I understand like monetary constraints can be like an issue for that. So I just don't remember when they announced that they were no longer supporting PS3. My brain wants to say the keynote announced that, but I feel like it also wasn't a keynote. I feel like it was a patch. I feel like it was 3.4 when they made that announcement, that they were like, hey, like if you want to play Stormblood, like, no, because they wouldn't have announced Stormblood yeah, so it must have been during one of the keynotes. During one of the keynote expansions, they were like, yo, like we're no longer supporting PS3, so like if you want to play Stormblood, you have to buy a PS4. I will say that 8.0 should do that now. Well, because with 8.0, that's a possible announcement for the keynote in April. I mean, it's currently April. They might actually be like, hey, like, by the way, we're officially going to be putting down PS4 and Xbox One. So now you can only play via like PC, PS5, and like Xbox Series S. But I think then the other announcement on top of that is they'll be like, but don't fret, because now we also have the game available on like Switch 2 or Switch 1. I mean, I feel like Switch 2 is better. Because there is a Switch 2 version on the way for this game. 100% there is. So if you can play on Switch 2, PS5, and Xbox Series and PC, then again, all this will do is let them have more rise to playing the game at like newer console things, you know. Good night, ow. Rest well, girls, sweet dreams. Take care of yourself. Thank you for hanging out with us as always. Good night, good night. Yeah, my voice is getting coarse. I can hear it or feel it rather. And again, as somebody who like, because I'm not saying like, oh, like tough shit because you had to buy a new console, because like I did that when I was playing in Heavensward, and then they made the announcement for Stormblood. They were like, yo, you have to buy a PS4. Yo, that was the first thing on my to-do list. I was like, okay, I gotta buy a PS4 by the release of Stormblood. Thankfully though, like Final Fantasy 15 was coming out also, so like it was perfect. I literally bought 15 because I bought the 15 console, like the special one, and then like it just worked perfectly. So like Stormblood came out, I bought Stormblood, and then I was like, okay, cool, buy PS3 and just put that thing in the closet forever, and then that was it. You know, and already too, like PS4 is already behind in terms of like the functionality design of like the content usability thing. So like PS4 is already loading really slowly for 14, even though this game hasn't like graphically changed like immensely. It's definitely changed, but I don't think even a PS4 Pro is able to keep up with the loading as much in this game. So again, if they decide to like be like, hey, we're no longer supporting PS4, it makes sense, and I'm okay with that. Even as somebody who plays on PC, like I've been there. So if I had to buy a PS5 to play this game, if I love it that much, which I do, then I would have bought a PS4 or a PS5 rather. So yeah. But hopefully like the accessibility of it via like price tag is not necessarily like an issue. So, because honestly, like I don't know a lot of people that are still playing on like PS4, Xbox Ones, and like Switch Ones or whatever that it is, you know. Or Switch ones I can actually understand, but like PS4 and like Xbox One, like I do not know a lot of people actually. So they probably have the data of how many players are active on PS4. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure that they do. I think that's what they actually explained for PS3 users. They were like, yeah, like PS4's already been out for like a couple of years now at this point, and like the rate of player base for PS3 to 4 is like the gap is huge. So, but again, like they were able to come up with like a good system or opportunity for players to have like a relatively seamless transition from PS3 to PS4, right? Like there were a bunch of sales, a bunch of bundles, right? Like that sort of thing. So I don't know if PS5 has bundles or anything like that right now, but I do think that like getting your hands on a PS5 is not as difficult as it was when PS5 first came out. It doesn't feel good to have to buy a new console just to play 14. But I think that even a lot of other games incentivize you to buy their console to play their game. So 14 is not like the primary deterrent for that, right? What's up, Chaos? How's it going, brother? So, yeah, because like the reason why I wanted to play, the reason why I bought a PS4 was, I mean, I bought it for 14, but the real reason was because of like 15. I was like, brother, I'm trying to play me some 15 on release when that thing drops, and that's the first thing that I did. I played the hell out of 15. And Heaven's Door was still like part of the thing. Like 3.5 was out when I was playing 15, and then like I didn't wait that long for Stormblood to drop, and then like Stormblood dropped, and then that was it. I was just playing, you know, like the thing. So like there wasn't like a really long wait time, so it like worked out nicely. But then eventually, like, you know, then like Shadowbringers came out, and then we ended up getting a PC, and then like we just haven't looked back since. So, you know, I just hope that whatever business decisions that they're trying to make is going to be like a step in the right direction, because you know, one of the big challenges right now that we have to learn to accept is that Square Enix is actively using generative AI as like an extension to like what they do. So and like generative AI like really blows. So like we hate generative AI, but a lot of companies are relying on it because like it's really quick at delivering something that you can like at least play around with, right? Image AI is great, but not generative. We hate generative. So we used generative AI earlier today for like a YouTube video, and I made it very clear. I was like, I don't condone this. If you're an artist, please keep on being like an artist. Being an artist is really cool when you make really fun stuff. Just don't advertise it in my face every like waking second, and like we'll be okay, you know. But like, yeah, you know, a lot of people are just waiting for their opportunities to figure out how to like use AI as like a big advancement, and we don't need the advancement to be like immense. We just need it to like make sense. Oh, okay. I was like, what? I see. So, yeah, you know, like I'll support things that make sense logically for like the functional improvement of like technology, but definitely not to the point where like it like takes people away of like the creativity, you know. So anyways, I don't have any expectations for anything with 8.0. What's up, Santa? How's it going, brother? I'm just hoping that 8.0, all I care about for 8.0 is that it delivers exactly what the dev team has been talking about it delivering, and it's like a step in the right direction. Because a lot of the changes that we've gotten with Dawn Trail were at the reaction of certain things that happened, and or you know, with future intention of like what they want to work on. So like I'm still fascinated by the die consolidation thing. I didn't really think that they were gonna do that ever. So, I mean, I think that change is cool though. But I don't, you know, I just it makes me wonder what do they have in store for like the future of like dyes that they're putting them all under like 3 buckets basically. So whatever that change is, again, I just hope it's a change for the better of the game. Because I think most people just want that to be the case scenario. That people can, you know, enjoy the game for what it's worth and what it delivers. But also, it's like a bummer because, like it's still super hard to believe that 8.0 is coming, and we're getting like new alliance raids, new ultimates, new raids, new trials, new dungeons, new glam, new jobs if there is, you know, new buttons to press, new shiny buttons, maybe like job reworks, job changes. There's gonna eventually become like new drama. You know, somebody's gonna get like a freaking, you know, billboard or something, or like some kind of, you know, Google document about some idiot player. You know? Yeah, I know. I'm also gonna be really, that's my thing too, man. So that's why like I am gonna be very sad about like Arcadian not being like on content raids for the expansion anymore. Because like, yo, the Arcadian raids were so top tier, man. Of course there's always like excitement to look forward to for like the future of the other raids. But like I loved Arcadian, you know. Well, I'm sure between now and like the release of 8.0, we will go back and go re-experience all the raids, even like just for funsies, and or to unlock Fru and Near Ultimate. But I'm joking. But yeah, it's gonna be kind of crazy to think that like we're getting like a whole new, you know. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna definitely miss Arcadian. That's why like what I hope is that in the future they just come up with a way like a system to incentivize and like reward players to go back and do that old stuff, you know. Like I would love for there to be like a Wondrous Tales weekly or something where you can like do old content synced and get rewarded for doing that, you know. So they take a dialogue during the fights, it's so good. You know, the announcer thing was one of the best features in the raids that I absolutely loved. I loved that like Matem talking in between all the raids or during the fight. I thought that was awesome. So again, that's the thing though, right? Like the Arcadian has no immediate thematic connection to the story, or like the MSQ. Like there's no immediate connection, right? So like whatever the direction is for the raids here, it's kind of hard to understand. Like, dude, like how do you go past the Arcadian, right? For like raids. Like, yeah, who knows? I don't know. I just hope that it's good. Which I do have faith that it's gonna be good, because like with the raid, in terms of the lore, they've actually only just been getting better, right? Like Eden was like, I mean, if you want to go even further below that, like Alexander was like really good. Like Omega was like crazy fire, and then like Eden's got even like better, right? And then Pandemonium was like, oh my god, and then Arcadia, we're here now, right? So I feel like they've been. I mean, fight design wise is a different story, but at least for like lore perspective and like aesthetic, I think that they've been on the climb. So. We dropped 9 ultis back to back to back. Listen, I'd be down for that, okay? But like, there's just no shot actually. So I don't know, but I just hope that, I said this earlier too, like I don't really care if the ultimate's hard. Like I love that DSR and top are like considered like very difficult ultimates. I mean, I think that like UCobb and Fru as well have like their fair niches. I don't need this new ultimate to be like hard. I've kind of learned to just accept that like if the lore is really good and the fight feels like peak like epic fun, then that's what I want, you know. So yeah, I don't care if it's hard. I want it to flow well. Yeah, same. Well, I mean, I think that Fru flows well. I just think that like from like a mechanical perspective, I think Fru flows like fine. I just think that with Fru, at least it was overhyped, I would say, because like it was Eden. You know what I mean? Like just like mechanically, like story, like again, lore and story wise, I don't think so. But like mechanically though, like I think it's fine. Do you think X's will always be the X's? Well, I mean, at this point, we've had like 4 ultimates back to back to back to back, where like yes, you know what I mean. So, but I think that could be like a red herring. I think that they could actually throw like a twist in it, where the Exa thing is actually like early in the fight. You know, do we count? The only ultimate that doesn't count is Uwu. Every other ultimate counts. Out of 6 ultimates, we have 5 ultimates that have X's. Yeah. Exa Squares counts. Exalines counts. Exa Flares from DSR count. Exa Trines from T counts. And then of course like your standard Exa Flares from UCobb. Yeah. The only fight that doesn't have X's is Uwu. Right? So but the thing is like X's isn't here's the funny thing though, because like there's actually like a lot of trials and like a lot of content pieces that offer X's anything as like a mechanic. Like maps, maps has X's. One of those bosses has X's, you know what I mean? But yeah, like X's isn't hard, but the gimmick with X's is like there is how they like incorporate X's on top of like another thing, you know? Because like with Fru, Exalines was tricky because of the preparation for the Akmorn and like the dodge, right? Exa Squares was tricky because like you had to get ready for wave cannon. DSRs was tough because like you had to deal with 9 Exa Flares going in 9 different directions. You know what I mean? And then like UCobb was like your standard, right? But even UCobb is unique because they just did them in pairs. So the most standardized version of Exa Flares you're gonna find, even though they came out later, is in O10. Because O10 Exa Flares are like you have 6 rows or 6 like lines, and they go one by one. You know, and that's it. But even those have like a small gimmick because like at some point in time the floor gets frozen. You know, but UCobb is more unique than those were because like they do it in 2s. You know, so will last phase always have X's? No, but I think that right now, at least from like a dev perspective of content design, X's is one of the more troubling mechanics that players deal with just all the time. Because there aren't even X's in the right? There's no oh no, that's not true. M4 has X's, right? But like M4 X's are like a little bizarre. I don't think there's X's anywhere else. No. No. Does M8 have X's? I don't think so. So anyways, yeah, like what's happening is that like the dev team's able to prove that they can still shake up the game by adding mechanics that have a very sense of like good familiarity. So pretty bad tire might be up out. That's what you see. Oh, okay. I mean, let me know if anything. So I know we got to carry Afro's ass to it too eventually. So it'd be cool to help him actually with the content too. Anyways, yeah. So, because I will say this. I do expect this to happen. And watch out to. We're just yapping. I know they'll never make another quickening dynamis. Do what with you? M12 at some point. Well, I don't know if they'll never make another quickening dynamis thing. I don't know about that. I think it really is just going to depend on whatever they come up with design-wise. Because here's what I was saying before, and I don't know how true this is like in totality, but I feel like you can kind of discuss it. The time between the release of Top to the release of Fru is longer than the release of Fru to the release of the current Ultimate, but I think that they were much more busier doing stuff between the release of Top to Fru because they were getting ready for Dawn Trail, right? So like when Fru came out, right, they've already been preparing and working on the inevitability of this Ultimate. So granted they had less time by technicality between Fru and this Ultimate, they've actually had more time to actually resource prepare this Ultimate in comparison to Top to Fru. Because like you know, they said it like, hey, like we're working on the Ultimate, it's coming out, but like we're not done yet, right? And additionally, you got to remember as well, additionally, they hired people that play 14 actively, that has experience in Ultimates, to like test this upcoming Ultimate. We can't forget that. So the thing is, like, there's a lot of effort being put into this Ultimate. And the thing is, like, that's fascinating is like, we don't even know what it is. There's no information that actually like solidifies what the Ultimate is. There's no weapon in the game to hint at you what it is. Right? They didn't even like reveal it. Like we don't know anything. So my expectation for the live letter is like, I expect the panel for the Ultimate in the next live letter to be dense enough to not just be like, hey, this is the fight. You know, I kind of sort of am expecting them to explain why they hired people to work on the playtesting for it. I expect them to confirm, like, if they pick that particular Ultimate, like why, right? So like, let's say like it's not Pandemonium, like let's say it's like, I don't know, like Arcadian, just to kind of like stir the pot. They're gonna explain why they did Arcadian and skipped all the other content to do that Ultimate particular. You know what I mean? Like if there's anything like that, like I expect it to get explained basically. There's two really good options and I'll be happy with either one. Yeah, that's good though, you know? Like I also don't have a thank you so much. Good night, Smokey. I also have no idea what to expect for the Ultimate. The real answer is like, at the end of the day, I don't care. I just think that like the perfect example skeleton to kind of flow off of for Ultimate design is DSR or Top. Not in terms of like I mean, for different reasons though. I should preface. Like DSR's epicness is like so fire, right? The actual like presentation delivery of DSR is so good that like it really feels like you're watching like a cinematic movie, you know? Top, I will say it is for the difficulty, right? So if they can try to take those two and make like a hybrid version of it and just like drop that, then they can release that forever and I'd be very content, you know? But sometimes we're not going to get Ultimates that do that, right? Like sometimes we might get like another Uwu or like another T, and like that's honestly fine. I just hope that if they do decide to do that, that it's going to be thematically based on a set of fights that I actually don't, I'm not like super attached to, but I could still be like excited for. So like, if down the road we get like another Bahamut Ultimate, but it's like way different, even though like Bahamut isn't my like favorite raid tier, but I think Bahamut is still fire. Like, and I love UCobbb. Like if this new Bahamut Ultimate is easier than like Uwu, like I'd be less annoyed by that because like it's tied to Bahamut and not tied to like Arcadian, right? Like I love Arcadian, so I hope that Arcadians is fun and difficult. But if Bahamut gets a second Ultimate and it's not like fun or difficult, like that won't bother me as much, basically. You know what I mean? So we'll see. The only thing I don't like in Fru is Dynamis, or in Top rather. The rest is fine. I mean, that's fair. A Heartwatch Warrior of Light, but I don't think it'll be that. Yeah, I don't know. I wish I had like an answer, honestly. I feel like it's just not going to be like, you know how we've been kind of like pulling it together saying like either Warrior of Light or like Pandemonium. I don't even think it's going to be like anything like that at this point. I feel like it's going to be like, you know, they kind of like just pull like crazy, you know. They grab like Eric Thonios from like P1, but they also grab like Omega from O11, and then they grab like Liquid from A3. You know, like these bosses are not at all like related. They just kind of like, you know what I mean? That's me kind of like again, that's me just throwing it to the wall and see if it sticks, basically. So I think that like as long as the ultimate makes sense, like I don't care what it is. I'm not gonna be mad if it's like a, again, if it's like Alexander again, like yo, I'm chilling. I'm not gonna be mad about that, you know. Or what do they say that we're gonna be fighting Golden Bahamut, Ultimate Ultima, and then like Perfect Alexander is at the Ultimate? If they do that, like yo, that's fire. You know, I don't have any like what was it, ultimate rework? That would be great. If it's an ultimate rework, I'd be cool with that too, because like we did our theoreticals about Fru. So like, okay, I'll give you like an easy response to that. If they are like, hey, we didn't realize that Fru was cleared so quickly and that it didn't like wow people, so the next ultimate is Fru again, but like it's different. Yo, guess what? I'm actually cool with that. You know, is it gonna seem lazy? Like a little bit, but like imagine that like Fru, it's like an alternate dimension again, right? Like instead of like what's the phasing? Like it's Fatebreaker, Shiva, Gaia, both of them, and then like Pandora. Like if we get a Fru 2, but the final boss isn't Pandora, and all the phases are like technically different, yo, I'm actually so cool with that. Like I'm fine with that. That's not gonna bother me. Now, if they okay, let's say like there's like the ultimate is like UCobbbbb, but it is like, hey, like we're gonna make a level 100. Actually, I'll do you a better one. Let's say the ultimate is like UCobbbbb Unreal, but they also go back and actually fix the mechanics for some of the fights and they change some of the shit. But it's still like UCobbbbb, like it's still like UCobbbbb, but just like different. I'm cool with that too. But all I need is that there to be like a very obvious difference of like, hey, like you may have completed UCobbbbb and this is Bahamut, but it's not the UCobbbbb. We're not like, we didn't like recycle like Stormblood's UCobbbbb. Like the fight is entirely different, even though it still uses Twin, Nail, and Bahamut, you know? So there's that. Now, if they decide to like, you know, announce like, hey, like we've been watching people do uwu, and like we understand that uwu has a lot of skips because the DPS check is like insane, so we're making adjustments so that way it kind of goes back to the difficulty of what the content was like when it was like first released. Then even if there wasn't a new ultimate, I'd be cool with that too. You know, like I'm open to anything. I just want to make sure that whatever that they're doing increases like the longevity and appeal of ultimates, because the further we go into expansion content, like there is an increasing appeal for people to want to get into ultimates. I've already been informed, I mean not informed like I'm over here like an announcer, but people have messaged me on the side and they're like, hey, like when do you host like your tea prog parties? I want to join you for tea. And I'm like, I mean, yo, like whenever, just if I'm doing an ultimate, then like just, you know, whatever, just pull around and like you'll find out, you know. So, and the big night, good night, Chaos, take care, brother. If they go wow with the like crossing stories, that would go hard as fuck as long as the cooks are cool. Yeah, exactly. So like for example, if they find a way to work with like Alexander and Gaia, both of them are who are like time bosses, right? If there's a way to make Alexander mechanics work with like Gaia mechanics, even if there isn't like an immediate like lore connection, if the intention of the Ultimate's design is to be like, hey, these two bosses play with time, we came up with a time mechanic that uses both of them, so here's that phase. As long as that's like explained, then it has potential to be like amazing, you know. So I don't need the thing to. I mean, my preference for ultimates is like because it's a what if, and because we had experiences that were really epic, like in UCOBB and DSR and Top, that I like when the story or the epicness of the ultimate is there. Because for a lot of people who don't even do ultimates, like what matters to them is like how badass like the fights are, right? Watching the people go through the time and the content to like doing the whatever is like to a lot of people there it's like watching like your favorite anime basically, right? Because people love watching 14 shit. And so like it's like a lot of ulti raiders too, like, you know, people some ulti raiders want the challenge, right? Some ulti raiders just want like what I want, right? Like the epicness feel. So like whatever it is that people want, I think that, you know, hopefully those people are able to get what they want most out of it. That may not always be the case, but it'd be cool if that, you know, it was possible. So like I know that I talk about how much I like love Top. So I am a Top enjoyer immensely. Like I think it's still the second best fight ever in the entire game next to like PA and DSR, whatever. But like, you know, like if we need like another Dynamis awakening thing in an ultimate to retain the difficulty, then like so be it. Now, is that a good idea? Like, no, right? Because like no one does the fight like legitimately because like markers are super helpful. But my point is like it would be helpful if like the responses that people give about ultimate design is taken into consideration for how they create future ultimates. You know? Because I don't ever expect them to go back and like fix ultimates unless there's like a bug, right? Like when DSR had the ice bug, they had to go fix it because the content was unplayable. But it's not like they were like watching people do DSR and they were like, oh, like people are killing the bosses a little too quickly in DSR, so we made a patch update that increases the boss's HP. Like I would love for them to do that, but I don't ever expect that. So top auto attack, yes, and you know that too. Yeah, exactly. So like when the game has something that doesn't like it doesn't really help with the fluidity of the game content wise, then that is the thing that like needs to be fixed, right? But I will say this though, like if the top auto attack, for example, if the top auto attack wasn't a bug, but it was like a mechanic check that just people were not meeting, but it felt like a bug. If it felt like a bug, then like it makes sense that they would fix that. You know what I mean? But like it was a bug, so like it's whatever. But in the case scenario that there was a thing that like if it didn't feel good, like, you know, everyone only cares that the content feels good, like for better and for worse, and I'm a full advocate of that too. So that's where my mindset's at personally. So yeah, but again, I don't know. Like I said, whatever plans we have for the ultimate, all I hope is that we sit here with like our jaws dropped to the ground when they make that announcement, because you know they're gonna do the recap. They'll be like, yeah, let's just like showcase kind of what we've seen. Boom, we got the dungeon, the trial. Here's a little picture of the alliance raid, and then like, like drum roll, here's the ultimate, ta-da, and then like the crowd goes nuts. Because that's the thing. The next live letter will have the trailer. The trailer will it will potentially showcase the ultimate. You know, it may not just be an image. It might actually be like part of the trailer. Yeah, so who knows? There's a that live letter is going to be dense. It should be close to like 4.5 hours if they explain everything that they have to explain in preparation for the patch and FanFest, and whatever other things are like a thing. Maybe the theme song. True, that too. Yeah, maybe. Did they reveal the Fruit theme song at all? I don't even remember. Uh oh, they did the announcement for they did the intro announcement. That's what it was, I think, right? For Fru, when like Rain loses control of Shiva and then becomes like Super Frost, and like Metron's involved in the situation. So sure, it's possible. Uh I won't say that it's not possible. Again, I have no clue. I've heard no information anywhere by anybody that like knows anything, because they haven't, you know, because like people got sources. There's no indicator of new weapons being added to the game at all. Like there's nothing. So, um, yeah. So again, we gotta just wait and see. All of it will be dropped in 7.5 patch. You know, because everyone's gonna try and figure out the thing for the situation for the speed run down the road with the friggin' the ultimate, but yeah, as far as I'm aware, though, I have not a clue. Um, right now, if I had to take a gander, just with the current resource information we have right now in our pocket, my answer is the ultimate will be Anabasios. It'll use Abyssos and Asphodelos bosses too, but I think that the primary boss will be Anabasios. And the only reason why I say that is because Viper and Picto have weapons for that fight. That's it. That's the only thing that I have for you. Be dead in mind? Hell yeah. Once 7.5 drops, everyone's gonna find out what the ultimate is. Mechanically speaking. So yeah. You know, we're gonna know what the glow looks like, we're gonna know what the model might be using, we're gonna know like all that shit. My recommendation though is to avoid it as much as possible so that way you can still retain like the excitement. Because I saw the glow before the weapon, because when the glows for Fru came out, there were no weapons attached. So the actual visual color of the weapons was not revealed, but the glow was revealed. So people were like, "Oh my god, like it's epic," but people didn't know what the color weapon of what it was. So I went in there with like assuming that the weapons were going to be black, because the E12 weapons are black, and then they went with the blue, right? So like you literally have no idea. Uh, yeah. So who knows? Fingers crossed that they make it all, like I said, they make it all work. Um, I don't like data mining at all. I think that it's like super trash, but it's good though. It does have its moments where it can be good when like you either expose like a bad thing, or when you get like a confirmation of like, oh, okay, cool, like they're doing the right thing, basically. You know, I want a red or a pink. Honestly, a red. I mean, I know DSR is like orangey red, but more orange than red. I would love a red, like a straight up red weapon. Yeah. So, um, I would be cool with red. Pink would be fire too, actually. Um, I really would love it for the courtly like crafted weapons that we just got this patch. If those were used and pinked into like an ultimate thing, I would be very happy with that. I don't expect it, but if they did do that, that'd be fire. So, uh, hey, who knows? So it's really awesome to think that like in 2 weeks we find out, you know, less than 2 weeks on a small technicality, right? Like we're officially entering like the less than 14 days in total for like the release of the ultimate's like confirmation name. So like it's gonna be so sick, dude. Every ultimate's like really fun to play. So I mean, I'll be sold on it personally. I do just hope that you know, it fulfills the like the thing. Time flies. I know that fast. Yeah, time flies. You know, 100%. So I'll sleep. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 3:30. It's 3:30 right now. Yeah, we should probably head out of here, honestly. Um, yeah, cause like tomorrow's Saturday. Tomorrow's Saturday. Am I going out tomorrow? I think so, actually. I have to run errands. Cause I have to go grocery shopping. But I think I'm gonna be out tomorrow. So I shouldn't be on tomorrow. I don't think so. But I would like to try and still set up like my Resident Evil stuff. We've been like really easily like chilling too with like the situation, so it's been like a vibe actually. So yeah, yeah, you know. So UCobb was fun. We had fun time today with the cobbers with all the homies. So you know, stellar time. And then yeah, if anything, we'll probably try to if we don't come back tomorrow, we'll come back on Sunday and we'll vibe out. You know what I mean? So yeah. Thank you for hanging up and for being up with us this late in the night. I know what time it is. It's crazy late at this point. So I appreciate you taking the time to really stick it through with us. So but I'm gonna yell out to your girl. She was doing MSO prog and she was I think she's doing like MOG stuff essentially, so we'll see. You work nights now? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I can't guarantee I'll be up this hour. Thankfully I was up this late because it's a Friday, but normally I try and be out of here within, I mean, I will say my sleep schedule has been like effed recently, but it's okay. My sleep schedule will get much worse when we go to FanFest, so that'd be a whole nother situation. But I do stuff to also like do, I might actually have to do some spring cleaning tomorrow as well. I might look into that in the morning, so we'll find out when we get there. But yeah, take it easy, take care of yourselves, rest well, sweet dreams. Thank you again for hanging out with us as always. And yeah, stay tuned. We'll find out. We'll keep an eye out for news of all the rumors that are floating about for 14, and you know, we'll only keep on increasing our hypeness for whatever comes out down the road too. So, but in the meantime, check out my friend. She's a cool streamer. She's real chill. And as always, I'll see you guys all next time. Yeah, it's good to see you too, Liz. Have a good night. Take care of yourself. Rest well. And I'll see you guys all next time. Peace.